Messed up by hitting the live stream. Oh, okay, we Gucci, I think. Can that plug in? All right, hold up, man. I gotta figure this out. Let me see something. Come on. I might have moved too fast. Okay. Oop. Let us shut this down. We're not going nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Okay. All right. We almost there. I tried something and it just did not work out. So I'm looking a little crazy right now. Okay. So there's that. Let's get this. Here we go. All right. All right. Now I'm super crazy because I tried a little upgrade action. The upgrade action did not work out as planned. Yeah, the upgrade action did not work out as planned. So we need to go back to plan A. And then we'd be ready to get this thing started. But I already hit the live stream, thinking in my mind that I already ran my checks. I'm straight. Please enjoy these messages from our what do they say? Right now, we would like you to enjoy a break from our sponsors. Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real.
We still writing till Ra come up, drinking more till Ra go down. It's a cold winter. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.com website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wowing, cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the next, I know you feel me, keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness, math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, I can't be stopped with this.
Yo, okay. All right, so I don't even know who all is still in here. Okay, look at that. We got trolls out the gate. Listen, we got trolls out the gate. We got special guests out the gate. Oh my goodness. Okay, this might be crazy. This might be crazy. Paul already talking that talk, right? Man, look at this. We got other countries in the building already. We got other countries in the building already. All right, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Shout out to the legendary, the one and only, the real Hotep brother, Hotep Jesus, in the building. Shout out to the legend. Shout out to the legend. All right, so listen. We started late, right? Listen, but we probably gonna be here for a good amount of time today. I don't know how long, but I feel it in my bones. You know what I'm saying? I feel like today is gonna be one of those days, because there's just so much information that we need to go in. You know, RFK. Now listen, I'm not going to tell y'all that I told y'all so, because remember, I was the first person to say RFK is definitely getting in with Trump. And right now he's still almost definitely getting in. But listen, I told you so, right? I'm just happy to see that Trump put RFK up for the job, right? That says, you know, look, I'm happy. Folks is upset with Trump. Folks is upset with Snoop. Folks is upset with Snoop and Nelly right now. Listen, I'm happy. RFK done went in there and already RFK is exposing dangerous imposters. Listen, RFK is exposing dangerous imposters in the Black community, starting with the senator. Oh my goodness. Listen, now, let me say this as a disclaimer, right? Chloe said, this is my daughter speaking. It's that my daughter. I gotta put my disclaimer and blame Chloe in advance. Yeah, this terrible, right? Terrible father just throw his children right under the bus. Listen, I have been forced against my will to binge watch all kinds of FBI, government espionage, the recruit, paradise, and all these crime, government, the night, what is that? The Night Stalker, the night shift, all these shows, because Chloe is in her, I'm getting ready to be an FBI agent bag right now. So, it could be me, right? I could be totally brainwashed from binge watching all these episodes where the government, the Congress and the senators, and they're taking dirty money, right? They're getting bought off by big pharma. It could be me. I could be under the impression from watching all these TV shows, TV shows is programming, and it's not programming because it's programming because it's programming you. Well, the TV shows may have programmed me. So right now, I am very suspicious of the questioning that Senator Alsobrook, that's her name, Alsobrook, Senator Alsobrook gave to RFK. So we want to break that down. Not to mention the fact that my constituency I don't think I've ever had such a unanimous, I'm talking about text blast, people in the Patreon. Once the people in the Patreon, listen, I'm a slave to the people that are on my Patreon. Once the people in the Patreon say, enqi, we need answers, I'm stuck. Yeah, I have to do it. So maybe Miss Alsobrook is not taking money from big pharma. Maybe she's not threatened by RFK. Maybe she wasn't Maybe she wasn't questioning him to see if some of her cronies were on the hit list to get fired, because she was really, oh, where do you have a list of people you're going to fire? What are you doing here? Who are you firing? Whose money are you threatening? I mean, it was a very, very, very revealing series of questions she asked RFK. A very revealing series of questions. And when I say revealing, I've been watching also this show called L's Bet. Listen, I want y'all, because I could be wrong, I want y'all to totally go ahead. Feel free to blame Chloe. Okay? Yeah. Throw Kylie in there too. Throw Kylie. I want y'all to feel free to blame my daughters if I'm wrong. Maybe Senator Alsobrook is an amazing senator who's a complete upstanding citizen who would totally refuse millions of dollars from big pharma. Who am I? I'm just a little guy struggling to take care of his babies and keep his lights on. And listen. And in fact, feel free to go ahead right now and hit the Cash App. Feel free to go ahead right now and hit the Cash App. Okay? If you interrupt your Saturday plans for this show, feel free to go ahead and hit the Cash App. If you had nothing to do today, and so I'm going to be your edutainment for the day, feel free to go ahead and hit the Cash App. If you don't fit into those two categories, don't worry about it. Feel free to go ahead. But listen, I'm just saying, all these TV shows that the children have me watching. So I don't know. Now, I have to assume from the amount of people that hit me on Patreon and text messages and all kinds of, people done sent pigeons to my door, my window sill. I have to assume that everybody's seen the video. But just in case you haven't seen the video, we're going to watch the video so we can react to the video, and then we're going to see what's valid Then we're going to, of course, talk about a new book or so, or 2 or 3, right? Now, you know that I have a new book, right? This would not be Dr. Enqi if we didn't have a new book to discuss, right? So we have a new book. It just so happens to be a coincidence that there are a few passages in the book. Just so happens to be coincidence that I knew in advance that RFK and a few passages in the book. Just saying. Listen. And we're going to talk about Roland. We're going to talk about Roland. Because I think that Roland Martin is much more dangerous to the Black community. With my limited knowledge of Senator Alsobrook, I don't know her that well. She could be very dangerous, especially from what I done seen on these TV shows. Yeah, she could be very dangerous. You know, these government personnel, you know, they take undercover payments and big pharma conspiracies. And I feel like Netflix has turned into like they got some old Jordan Maxwell notebooks. Yeah, they got some old Jordan Maxwell notebooks, and Netflix has went crazy. Yeah, Amazon Prime right along with them. They have all went crazy, and I don't know. We getting ready to find out though. We getting ready to find out who's crazy. We're going to look at Senator Alsobrook's point of view, respectfully. We're going to go ahead and look at RFK's information, because I feel like, now, let me say this. Shout out to Sonetta. I have to shout out Sonetta for this one, right? Arguing. Because that's what the debate over there, the debate thing evolved into debates. It really started with us just arguing, right? But understanding and learning the art of argument, right? Learning the art of argument. There's an art to it. There's an art to it. That's why it has good sides to it. It has bad sides to it, right? But learning the art of argument, learning later on, after learning the art of argument, then learning the art of debate, you learn that it's a lot more than just whether your information is correct or not. Unfortunately, that's the downside of having a certain type of style of debate. The information is the least relevant point in the debate. It's all about how you deliver your information, how you package your information, and how you articulate your information. You could be wrong, and you can deliver, you can articulate, and then there's a smidgen of battle rap culture mixed into the debate, where if you bring enough people to the debate, they can flood the chat and flood the comment section, and you can totally turn the debate around and make it seem like you knew what you was talking about, but you really just came with a nice amount of people, flood the chat, present your argument well. You can get you a win with felonious, gobbledygook. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because RFK, because of his health condition, I feel like he was taken advantage of. And I feel like RFK needs to hire Dr. Enqi. Come on. Let's clap it up. Let's listen. My resume is on Amazon. Listen, my resume is on Amazon. Don't believe anything you hear on YouTube or Google. Just no. But I'm just serious. I'm just saying. Apart from that, I really believe that his health condition limits his ability to articulate his position. So if he gets into a back and forth with anybody, unfortunately, he's going to lose that argument because of his health condition, especially if he's not in control of the mic. So you'll notice when we look at this clip, Senator Alsobrook is asking him questions that, for me, she clearly had no intention of allowing him to answer. Because she's asking him questions, and as soon as he starts answering, she's cutting him off, reminding him, oh, well, I only have 3 minutes. So, yeah, I have another question for you. Well, if you didn't intend on letting him answer any questions, why didn't you just use your 3 minutes to state your claim and get out the way? She intended. See, now you can tell I've been watching them lawyer shows. You see how it's blending in? Your Honor and the jury, we want to say that Senator Alsobrook fully premeditated. Yeah. No, see, look, I'm not the only one. Now, see, look, I'm laughing. Y'all know the saying. I'm laughing and I'm joking, but I'm not playing. You see, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. No, I disagree with you, 77, and I love you. Listen, I love you. But I totally disagree with you. I'm absolutely pro RFK. I'm absolutely pro RFK in this situation. I'm pro RFK in the conversation. I'm pro RFK for the job. See, here's the thing. And this is what my father used to tell me, right? Say, for instance, I'll be looking for something around the house, like I lost my keys, right? And I'm like, Dad, I can't find my keys. And he'd be like, well, did you look over here and over here? I'd be like, no, I looked in my room. I didn't see my. He's like, well, why didn't you look over here and over here? I'm like, because I don't ever put my keys over there. And he used to say, son, if you don't know where something is, then you don't know where it's not. Right? So that's one thing. The second thing is, he used to always say, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over, and you're looking for different results, so the system of qualification for the job role creates a certain type of mindset that has given us the results that the medical system has given us the last 10 decades strong. If we're looking for different results from our healthcare system, it stands to reason we've got to do something different. We've got to get someone that's not traditionally educated in the way that everyone prior has been educated and groomed to sit in this seat. So, let's see what we have over here. Oh, and listen, the video. Matter of fact, let's just deal with Roland real quick before we even get into the material. How about we deal with Roland real quick? Let's just watch the video one time for the one time. Yeah, let's just watch it. I'm going to try, because y'all know me. I'll say we're going to watch it all the way through, because it's only like 10 minutes. I'll say we're going to watch it all the way through, and then I'll get passionate and emotional, and then I'll cut the video and start talking again. So we're going to try to attempt to watch a good 6-7 minutes of this video, because we're getting ready to see my man Roland race hustling immediately. I'm talking about, this is the worst case of race hustling of all time. I mean, he puts, listen, Umar is the world, Dr. Umar Johnson is the world's most famous race hustler right now. And when I say race hustler, I don't mean like hard worker. I mean like Scammy Davis Jr., Fraud Muhammad, not Farad Muhammad, but Fraud Muhammad. Like, I mean, in that kind of vein, like, that's what I'm saying. Dr. Umar Johnson is the world's largest race hustler right now. He's number one. What I'm putting out is a bolo to my man Umar. Listen, you better watch it. Roland is on your heels. This video right here. How Cat Williams said, this ish right here. Remarkable.
Having a website.
Oh, wow. They done doubled up on me? That's crazy. How they put 2 on there?
By your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientist.
All right, you know what? I'm not going to be able to play this all the way through, so we're just going to fast forward a bit so you can see what Roland did. And then we'll go back. Yeah, so you'll get to see my man Roland at work here.
This is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous, Senator? This is published, peer-reviewed studies.
I yield.
Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got Black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland,
Yo, he didn't make one comment. He didn't make one comment about Senator Alsobrook or RFK. He let their video play and then popped on the screen with every known form of payment available, talking about supporting his channel. This is the worst case of race hustling ever. And then he says something about media that's telling the truth or looking to tell truth or blah, blah, blah. What scientific? See, this is the thing. This is the problem I have with Reggie. This is the problem I have with Reggie. Nowhere on Roland Martin's channel are you going to see him review the scientific information. We're going to do it here. We're going to do it here. In fact, we're going to peruse some of these books over here as well. Because I literally have been writing books on the differences in the immune system, the metabolism, the respiratory system, bone density, all of these things between the different ethnicities, if you will. In fact, we can go back to 2015 when I wrote the classic, Eat Right for Your Haplotype, not blood type, haplotype. Okay, if you don't know what a haplotype is your shared DNA with your group of people, right? Not necessarily your family per se, but people who come from where you come from. So this is bigger than bloodline, right? These don't have to be blood relatives. This is your DNA line, so to speak. Think bloodline, but just pan out a little bit more. DNA line, right? Same environment, same diet, exposed to the same environmental hazards, and right? These are the things that create what's called single nucleotide polymorphisms. Those are, short for short. You just say SNP, right? But these are DNA markers. These are DNA markers that you get from environmental things, food things, mass illness, like just things that would affect everybody in a given area, right? So you can track people through their S&Ps. This is how detailed they are and how accurate they are, right? And so I've been writing books for decades talking about the differences that people have. So when RFK comes out and says, hey, folks have different types of immune systems, and, yeah, because they have different types of immune systems, we should treat everyone differently. That's not only the same thing that I've been writing about. That's the same thing Dr. Sabi has been saying. That's the same thing Dr. Becker has been saying. That's the same thing Dr. Africa has been saying. That's the same thing as almost every naturopath. That's the same thing Dr. Brown has been saying. Listen, that's the same thing as so many different voices that have been silenced over the years because we've been plagued with Darwinian foolishness where everything needs to be replicatable. But guess what? Human life is not duplicatable or replicatable. It is not. You can create a new person, but you cannot create another of the same one. Every single person is unique. Every single person is unique. And every classification that you can use to group people will have similarities and differ from others. When you talk about ethnicities, this has the largest range of differences. Immune system is at the top. Just off the top of my head, think about the fact that Black women are like the poster child for lupus. Think about that. Now you go, well, what does that mean? Well, let's also add in the fact that Black people are born with a lower white blood cell count than everybody else. What? What do you mean? Everybody has the same white blood cell count when they're born, right? See? Now, I could be crazy. I could have just made that up. But let's say, for instance, that I didn't. Let's say, for instance, that different ethnic groups are born with different white blood cell ratios. Now, let's say there are illnesses where the diagnosis is dependent on your white blood cell count. 2 plus 2. Let's go on back to the video.
Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you...
So, just for clarity, is it possible to speak truth to anyone? Power, your peers, your children, if you don't actually know the material or study the material? is it possible that Roland Martin has not studied any scientific material on the health of anyone? Because when I was looking for a thumbnail for Roland Martin, it seems like he started off in media as a rather round person, and he seemed to got rounder and rounder over the years. So it doesn't look like he's particularly stringent about his health program. I'm just saying, I could be wrong. It just doesn't seem like he's really stringent about his health program, So it stands to reason that maybe he's not really, I don't know. I could be totally out of line and out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? What do I know? I'm just saying. I was looking for a thumbnail and I've seen some younger pictures of him. He looked kind of round. And then as I got to the more up-to-date ones, he looked rounder still. Yeah, he looked rounder, right? So I'm just saying, if we're speaking truth to power, if we're speaking truth to peers, if we're speaking truth to our neighbor, we have to start with truth. We cannot be emotional and say, you know what? I don't like RFK. I don't like Trump. In fact, I don't like RFK because he's with Trump. So everything that he says, I'm getting ready to use my platform to attack, even if it hurts the people on my platform, because it stands to reason, me knowing his age, me knowing his height and his weight, that he is on at least 4 to 6 medications right now. I would love for Roland Martin to prove that he's not on at least 3 to 6 medications right now. I'm almost certain he's on 3 to 6 medications right now. Not only that, I'm almost sure that if we looked at his analytics on average would say that his audience is on 3 to 6 different medications right now. What does that mean, Dr. Enqi? That means that this is probably the most important information that Roland Martin would ever have to offer his audience. In the conversation, RFK says everything that an interested person needs to hear in order to go and find out the information. He says this is peer-reviewed scientific information. Once he says it's peer-reviewed scientific information, that means his personal qualifications are no longer up for discussion. That's why if you buy any of my books, you'll see a whole bunch of articles in there. Yeah. Because now you have to argue with more than me. See, it's easy. I'm low-hanging fruit. Oh, he's from the Bronx. He's got gold teeth. Listen to how he talks. I don't know. That ain't no real doctor. That's fine. What institution do you respect? Because I got articles from them all. No, which one? Which hospital? Which university? How we want to do this? Harvard, Stanford, MIT, what? Oxford, what? Let's see what they're all saying. So not only did he give the reference to remove himself as the reference point, he also gave them a leading scientist in the field, Dr. Poland. So you can now just look up ethnic variations, Dr. Poland, click, boop. You should be able to find you some reference material. But don't worry about that. We're going to go through some reference material today. And we're going to go through some different reference material. Yeah. Because RFK has a specific point that he's making. I'm not going to make that point or argue that point because I'm not going to give them the ability to attack this video. What we're going to talk about is anatomy, physiology, and we're going to talk about the basis for his points, and we're going to go through some solid, well-credentialed material and slap some of that. We're going to slap some of that chunkiness right off Roland today. We're going to slap about 20, 30 pounds off Roland today. Roland Martin is getting ready to lose a little weight today. Where can I get the book? What? What you mean?
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Ra come up, drinking Mortis till Ra go down. It's a co-winner. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wowing, cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you're from the nest, I know you feel me. Keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness. Math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, I can't be stopped with this.
Hopefully that answered your question. Hopefully that answered your question.
Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientist at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered in the state of Maryland, and employs thousands of hardworking Marylanders. I, for the record, believe in scientists and I believe in doctors, and I trust them over politicians without medical degrees. You talked about bad science and bad scientists. And in fact, you specifically said to me in response to my question that you intend to replace the bad scientist with the good scientist. And so I want to ask you, in your opinion, what makes a scientist or a doctor qualified to serve at the National Institutes of Health?
A scientist who's devoted to empirical methodology, to evidence-based science, scientists who understand the importance of replication, the importance of publishing raw data and being open and transparent about it, the importance of publishing peer review. We have, NIH has overseen over the past several years the precipitous decline in American health. There's 91,000 people at HHS, and are you suggesting that some of them should not be held responsible for that decline? They were in charge of protecting our health.
Let me just insert here.
Let me just finish.
Let me just say this, because I only have 3 minutes left. I don't set the rules here, but I ask the questions. And the question is really whether you intend, as you said, to substitute essentially your judgment for the judgment of these professional scientists. And
I'm not going to substitute my judgment for science. Of course, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, listen, the New York Times just did an article last week talking about the fraud, the 20-year fraud, 800 fraudulent studies produced by NIH on amyloid plaques, and not allowing any other hypothesis about the cause of Alzheimer's.
Well, how will you decide, Mr. Kennedy, which?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go ahead and label this exhibit number 1. We're going to label this exhibit number 1 right here. Amyloid plaque. You see, I'm almost certain that Senator Alsobrook is not familiar with anything related to health information. Just as much as I'm certain that Roland Martin is not familiar with anything related to health information. The problem is, nationwide, we average a 5th grade reading level. If we remove students, we're operating nationwide at a 3rd grade reading level. And our community, the Black community, suffers the worst from this low reading level. Senator Alsobrook is taking advantage of her constituents. Roland Martin is taking advantage of his viewership. They know that their people are ignorant. They know this. So they know that their constituents will not be able to notice what they have done, what they have overlooked. You see, when Apple TV was just launching, and what I can say just launching, but when they were still trying to get their stuff out there, they did a TV show. And the TV show had Samuel Jackson on it. The TV show, I didn't see all the episodes. I saw a few of them. I got frustrated with the show. I didn't watch the show. I might need to go back and watch the show because it was kind of a good show, but I just have personal pet peeves, and I didn't watch the show all of it. I watched the first couple episodes. The point I'm making is the show was about Alzheimer's and dementia, starring Samuel Jackson as the guy who's experiencing the Alzheimer's and dementia. Now, why did they need Samuel Jackson to star in this show about Alzheimer's and dementia? Now, if you still don't understand why I'm talking about a show about Alzheimer's and dementia in regard to what RFK said, that's the problem. See, this is how Alsobrook and Martin are taking advantage of people, because RFK said, oh, yeah, the amyloid plaque and blah, blah, blah. And Alsobrook said, hey, yeah, well, you don't know what you're basically in her snide kind of. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, because I've only got 3 minutes, listen, let me get back to talking. She has no idea that amyloid plaque is at the heart of Alzheimer's and dementia. Roland Martin has no idea that amyloid plaque is at the heart of Alzheimer's and dementia. These two black people that have black followings that depend on, Alsobrook depends on the black vote. Roland Martin depends on black folks to send him. He's on that video asking people to send him money order checks. Listen, so he depends on black folks because he's doing his best job at race hustling. Listen, you need the black folks to speak truth to power because, you got to have some truth, brother, in order to speak truth to anybody. You have to know what you're talking about, especially in your age demographic. In your age demographic, it's almost a certainty that half the people watching Roland Martin, half the people supporting Roland Martin already have dementia-like symptoms, Alzheimer's-like symptoms, because Alzheimer's and dementia is something that incubates in a person for 30 to 40 years. If you get Alzheimer's at 60, that means you've been developing Alzheimer's probably since you were 30, maybe 25 or 20. That's how Alzheimer's works. You don't catch Alzheimer's like an infection. You don't walk to the supermarket and then catch Alzheimer's. You don't catch it. It develops. And one of the things they're looking at is amyloid plaques. So if Alsobrook or Roland Martin knew anything about the real issues affecting their people, i.e., Alzheimer's and dementia, see, right? You know how they say, you got one mouth and two ears, so you're supposed to do twice as much listening as talking. That would have kicked in somewhere right in there. Right? Somewhere right in there. When he said that the New York Times found that there's 20,000 articles, fake articles about amyloid plaques. Right, somewhere right in there. Because see, that's not him saying that he found 20,000 fake articles. That's not saying that he edited, that he discovered, that he in any way was associated with it. He's just bringing attention to it. He's actually doing the thing that Roland Martin claims to do. He's on national TV in front of a black senator bringing attention to a black health crisis. And the ignorant, dangerous black senator is saying she's not going to support him. No, she's not going to support him. Why? Because he's trying to heal black people. What did Dr. Sebi tell y'all? Dr. Sebi said that he went where? To all the black leaders, and what did they do? Shut him down. Whoop. Shut him down. What? Are you trying to mess with this money? I mean, are you trying to mess with the safety of the people? This is not a new thing. See, what's happening is the coons are getting exposed now in a way that they've never been exposed before, because we're seeing white folks as freedom fighters. So all the things that are happening now are challenging us in ways that we're not used to being challenged. We just watched the Young Thug trial. The Young Thug trial, I told y'all that trial was going to be very important. You're like, wait, how does that have anything to do with what you're talking about? I'll tell you. Because they replaced dirty judges. They caught judges committing crimes, trying to railroad these young black men. You know, the same way we say that the system is corrupt and they always trying to railroad the young black men. Well, they actually caught the black prosecutors and the black judges trying to do that. And who caught them doing it? Good old white folks. Wait, hold on. So the white folks were working to get justice for the young black man who was being railroaded legally by black judges and black prosecutors. You see? It's like we all went to sleep and woke up in the Mandela effect, Twilight Zone, crazy world now. Wait, hold up. So the white folks, okay, so y'all are trying to get the young black men free. You folks are trying to railroad, robbing, stealing. Let's go ahead and back to the video too. Let's watch that again. Let's watch that again. Let's watch RFK again. I told y'all we was going to be live streaming for a minute today. We're gonna. I get passionate about this, so you know. I'm sorry in advance. I may say something wrong. I may say a few things wrong. I may deliver you, steak on a garbage pail or kale salad. I might deliver you an amazing kale avocado salad on a garbage can lid. I don't know. I'm liable to say anything because my passions are running high. And this is a very touchy subject. So I'm trying to add a little humor to it, but it's very trying for me. I get very caught up emotionally when we have round guys pretending that they're experts on health. Well, who are you talking about? We're talking about Roland Martin, right? You know, RFK got videos up. You know, when I was doing my push-up challenge, RFK started posting push-up videos on the internet. Now, I'm not saying that he was watching my page and said, I'm going to go ahead and do some Dr. enqi push-up challenge. I'm just saying, we was running the push-up challenge. We had a lot of people posting push-up videos. RFK was getting down, busting out sets of push-ups, talking about his health program. I'm almost certain that Roland Martin's family members have never seen him bust out a set of push-ups ever before. That's all I'm saying. Listen, we're just going to go back to the videotape because I'm getting too emotional.
Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientists at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered in the state of Maryland, and employs thousands of hardworking Marylanders. I, for the record, believe in scientists and I believe in doctors, and I trust them over politicians without medical degrees. You talked about bad science and bad scientists. And in fact, you specifically said to me in response to my question that you intend to replace the bad scientist with the good scientist. And so I want to ask you, in your opinion, what makes a scientist or a doctor qualified to serve at the National Institutes of Health?
A scientist who's devoted to empirical methodology, to evidence-based science, scientists who understand the importance of replication, the importance of publishing raw data and being open and transparent about it, the importance of publishing peer review. We have, NIH has overseen over the past several years the precipitous decline in American health. There's 91,000 people at HHS. And are you suggesting that some of them should not be held responsible for that decline? They were in charge of protecting our health.
Let me just insert here.
Let me just finish.
Let me just say this, because I only have 3 minutes left. I don't set the rules here, but I ask the questions. And the question is really whether you intend, as you said, to substitute essentially your judgment for the judgment of these professional scientists. And
I'm not going to substitute my judgment for science. Of course, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, listen, the New York Times just did an article last week talking about the fraud, the 20-year fraud, 800 fraudulent studies produced by NIH on amyloid plaques, and not allowing any other hypothesis about the cause of Alzheimer's.
Well, how will you decide, Mr. Kennedy, which scientists are bad scientists? Are they the ones who disagree with you?
The ones who are corrupt, the ones who have been doing science like the amyloid plaque studies that were fraudulent.
Well, these doctors, let me ask you a question. Do you have a medical degree?
Do I know?
Okay, let me go to the next question. The Heritage Fund has compiled a watch.
Isn't that amazing? Do you have a medical degree? Do you have a medical degree? No? Okay. Well, let's go on to the next one. Did you see how she did that? I told you. That condition he got, well, he cannot articulate himself under fire properly. It's going to take you to have a listening ear. You're going to have an attentive ear to really be able to hear what he's saying. Hint, hint, wink, wink, right? You got to really listen in. He said specifically, he wants to start holding doctors and scientists that are publishing bad information accountable for publishing bad information. So, Senator Alsobrook, if you're opposing his stance, what is the opposition to his position? His position is we should hold doctors and scientists that promote and publish fake information accountable for potentially being dangerous to the community, especially the Black community, because they're the ones who are leading in the Alzheimer and dementia cases. Her stance is, because it's the opposite, her stance is we should not hold scientists and doctors accountable for publishing and promoting information that directly hurts the Black community, hurts the entire community at large, but specifically hurts the Black community. This is why these people are dangerous. This is why you need to vote. This is why you have to share this video. You have to hit the like button. You have to send this out to your friends. You have to show people that you have to expose this type of foolishness. You have to get beyond the race hustling. If you have never read the book Medical Apartheid, go read that book. Go read Medical Apartheid. We've been getting the short end of the medical system since there's been a medical system. In fact, a part of the medical system was founded on hurting us. What? Absolutely. The Rockefellers, they was funding universities to start a new science called microbiology, but it wasn't originally called microbiology. It was the science of eugenics. At the time, eugenics had bad press, so they couldn't put it out as eugenics. So they came up with a new name, microbiology, because there was already the study of biology. Biology covers cells. There was already a science of biochemistry. Biochemistry covers the chemical reactions that's going on in cells. There was already a science of chemistry. So why they need to start microbiology? Because microbiology is the study of how to micromanage biology. Microbiology was started to find out how to control cells. That's another conversation. We'll just leave that off the table for now. I know that's probably a nasty conversation. We won't discuss that right now. Let's get back to this video.
List of federal employees to go after federal. Are they the ones who disagree with you?
The ones who are corrupt, the ones who have been doing science like the amyloid plaque studies that were fraudulent.
These doctors, let me ask you a question. Do you have a medical degree?
Do I know?
Okay, let me go to the next question. The Heritage Fund has compiled a watch list of federal employees to go after federal staff. Is there a watch list for federal staff at HHS?
Not that I know of.
Have you or has anyone in the administration developed a list of career scientists or federal staff that you would target for termination?
Not that I know of.
At University of Phoenix, we offer an unlimited.
And let me just ask you another question. Now, your failed presidential campaign has been raising money to try and cover your debts. And you were questioned about this yesterday and failed to answer a question that Senator Warren asked you. And so I want to ask you again regarding these emails that you have sent to raise money. How much has your presidential campaign made fundraising off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Excuse me? I didn't hear the question. The last part.
How much money has your presidential campaign made off of fundraising, off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Zero.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 emails from this week and the week before regarding fundraising that you are currently doing through your presidential campaign.
Without objection.
And finally, I want to ask you, I have you said you were on a show on February 26, 2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Pollen article suggests that blacks need fewer antigens than
this is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous, Senator? This is published peer-reviewed studies.
I yield.
Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, it is exactly what is happening because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. You want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, because you want to see your checking money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your checking money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003-7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.
Did you notice he ain't say one thing about RFK proving that he's fraudulent or in support of Senator Alsobrook? He let their conversation play and then went right to passing that plate around. Okay, so now listen. This is what I'm saying. We're going to speak truth to power, and I need at least $1 million to be able to speak truth to power. So go ahead. If you got Zelle, send the Zelle. If you got Cash App, send Cash App. If you got PayPal, send. He sound like one of them auctions. 25, 35, 35, 35, 35. Listen, if you got checks, money order, send me. We taking change in envelopes. If you got change, loose change from the couch, go ahead and put that in the envelope. Send that in, because I got to get these buffalo wings. I got to get this internet upgrade. This is what I'm talking about. Now, we're going to review some of this information because, listen, RFK is going to be a blessing. If he stays on that vibe and he actually gets in, he will be a blessing to everyone. he will be a blessing to everyone. White folks, black folks, brown, yellow, red, Chinese, Russian, everybody. Because he's opening the door to personalized healthcare. He's opening the door to saying, hey, we need to start dealing with people outside of this cookie cutter mold that we have that says every human has the same bone density. Every human has the same blood ratios. Every human has the same, respiratories. Because guess what? Black folks, you are the ones leading in Alzheimer's and dementia, not to mention heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, autoimmune. So how is it that we have black politicians that are against specialized treatment for black folks? Listen, I don't know about you at home right now watching, but I know me. I know that somewhere along the lines, from listening to old clips of civil rights movements to militant folks to this one and that one, do y'all think put me home? It smelled good. It smelled delicious. My man done opened the door and let the onions and the sauce and the chopped up green peppers and all that come in here. I need to punch Chase. Why would he come in here and do that to me like that? Anyway, I'm just saying, somewhere along the lines, I heard folks saying that we're getting the short end of the healthcare system. I remember hearing that somewhere out there. I remember folks saying, hey, we're getting undertreated, overtreated, overlooked, priced out to hell. Somewhere, I remember somebody was trying to stand up and say, black folk. See, the problem is this challenges deep stereotypical, this is still what you're looking at. You may not understand it, but you're looking at a black woman who clearly is polarized and feels like Trump, a white man, stopped the black woman from getting in office. So now she's just going to be opposition for anything Team Trump presents, even if they're tailor-making a solution for her. Ma'am, as a black woman, you do realize that you're probably going to get Alzheimer's and dementia earlier than everyone else. You do realize your daddy and your sons. Oh, I forgot. That's giving her too much credit because she has no idea what the amyloid plaque conversation's about. She's totally oblivious to what he was talking about because she wasn't listening for answers. She was just trying to get a viral moment so that she could create a propaganda piece and circulate the propaganda piece. And then goofballs, I'm sorry, distinguished black media, such as my man, I will gladly pay you Tuesday. Roland Martin can go ahead and echo her little clip without actually doing any research to see if there's any credence to what he was saying. I'm almost certain he didn't even look up the New York Times article. If he'd looked up the New York Times article, that would have forced him to go further. He should have just looked up amyloid plaque. Probably doesn't know how to spell amyloid plaque. Let's go ahead and have a peruse. Let's go ahead and peruse some internet. Come on, guys. After you hit that subscribe button and that like button, and then you take a few minutes to go ahead and cash app Dr. Enqi. Come on back, and then we'll be over here perusing some interesting articles. Come on, gang. In fact, let me go ahead and put on my pretend to look smart glasses. Yeah. Let's go ahead and let's pretend to look smart. Should we start over here? Should we start over here? Do we want to start over here? Does anybody know what a lobbyist does? Should we start at lobbyists? You know, legally bribing politics. We don't need to look at lobbyists, right? We don't need to look at that foolishness. Right? Let's go on ahead right over here. Let's go on ahead and look at some of this. Let's go on ahead and look at some of this scientific data. Let's go ahead and look at some of this good old-fashioned scientific information. Let's see what they're saying. What are they saying? What is RFK talking about? RFK, what are you talking about? The immune system can be highly active in some people, but much less effective in others. This has major implications for the protection of the organism against pathogens. But what is the reason for these differences? To lay the foundations for the establishment of personalized medicine, we need to dissect the factors that affect our response to viral and bacterial infections so that we can understand why some people are predisposed to certain diseases. In a large-scale study published this week in the prestigious journal Cell, scientists from the Institut Pasteur and the CNRS unraveled the immune responses of 200 African and European individuals. They show that there is indeed a difference in the way these populations respond to infection, that this response is largely controlled by genetics, and that natural selection has played an important role in shaping such immune profiles. They also offer proof that the genetic legacy passed on by Neanderthals to Europeans has significantly influenced their ability to respond to viral challenges. The immune system of any two individuals can respond differently to an infection or therapeutic treatment. To understand the genetic and evolutionary basis of these differences, the team led by Louis Quintana Mercy, CNRS Research Director, Scientific Director at the Institut Pasteur, and head of the Human Evolutionary Genetics Unit, launched a large-scale study 4 years ago. The findings are now published in Cell. In collaboration with teams from the French National Genotyping Center, the Leipzig-based Max Planck Institute, and Ghent University, the scientists analyzed the genome-wide expression of genes involved in the immune response of 200 individuals, 100 of European ancestry and 100 of African ancestry. More specifically, they sequenced the entire RNA of these individuals to characterize the way in which immune cells, known as monocytes, a key part of the innate immune response, respond when attacked by bacterial or viral ligands, including the influenza virus. Their first observation was that the amplitude of the immune response in Africans and Europeans differed.
An interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that the particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races. I think most of them by Poland, that show that the particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races. I have the particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
Let's just go ahead and read this back again. The first observation was that the amplitude of the immune response in Africans and Europeans differed, especially in the case of genes involved in inflammatory and antiviral responses. These differences can largely be attributed to genetic variants distributed differently among Africans and Europeans, which modulate the expression of immunity genes. This finding offers insights that can help shed light on why some populations are particularly susceptible to diseases such as lupus, which is more common in Africa than in Europe. The scientists also showed that the population frequency of some of these mutations has been shaped by natural selection, helping each population to adapt more effectively to its environment. They made the striking discovery that natural selection had independently led to a reduced inflammatory response in populations in both Europe and Africa via entirely separate processes involving different genes. This example of convergent evolution confirms that while the immune response offers effective protection against infection, an excessively strong response, as seen in allergies and autoimmune diseases, can be harmful. So wait a minute. I have an auntie that I love that has both forms of lupus. I wonder if any of you black folks know any other black folks that have lupus. I'll ask a better question. I wonder if any of you black folks know any black folks that have helped black folks reverse lupus before. I know one. Finally, since we now know that Europeans met Neanderthals and that their genomes bear a Neanderthal heritage, approximately 4% of the genome of modern Europeans has Neanderthal origins. The scientists wanted to find out how this admixture had an impact on their capability to respond to infection. The research reveals that Neanderthals did indeed pass on mutations influencing the control of the immune response to Europeans, including mutations that modulate gene expression in response to viral infections. These regulatory mutations gave an advantage to populations that inherited them, which explains their high frequency among the European population. By identifying genetic variants responsible for the modulation of genes involved in the immune response, this study will provide scientists with new tools for understanding the mechanism underpinning the immune reaction to infection and predisposition to disease in both individuals and human populations. And look at what we have here. Look at what we have here. Now, for the people who don't know what this is right here, at the bottom of this article, this is what you call peer-reviewed doctor and scientific proof. These are the articles. This is the transparency that RFK was saying. Let the people have all the data and then let the people make decisions for themselves. Yeah. So see, this is what they're saying. And look at this. This is very interesting. Did Roland Martin or Senator Alsobrook actually present any source material? Wait a minute. Hold up. I might have to call Sonnet on the phone for this. When people are having a debate, and one side of the debate comes with sources and references, and the other side, wait a minute, and the other side doesn't present any source material, any references to look up or verify their claims. What do we call that? What do we call that? We call that a dub, don't we? What we call that a W? Isn't that an immediate W? You have breath from my man RFK with the itchy and scratchy voice. You know, man came with the itchy and scratchy. It's almost like a Godfather kind of vibe, because you know the Godfather used to talk like this. You know what I'm saying? So you had to really pay attention, because when he spoke, those words were very important. Yeah. So he came with that. I'm just saying, you know, the amyloid plaque that's eating up you folks' brains. You know, you folks'. Now, if he would have, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I would have peed on myself. I would have cried. I would have laughed so hard, I would have lost control of my body functions. If he would have hit her with an upside down finger, you know how white folks sometimes, you know, see, we come with the, you know, we got that horizontal finger, but you know, white folks sometimes they give you that finger that go like, you know, like, you know, we give you that. We can give you one of these. They might have if he would have gave her one of these and gave her a use, folks, I would have died. Listen, my heart might have stopped beating out of the laugh so hard. If he would have said, you know, use folks is the ones with the amyloid plaques built. Jesus, take the wheel. Listen, if he would have hit her with the use folks is the ones with the Alzheimer's and the dementia, I would have fell out. Yeah. We must have just forgot about Muhammad Ali. That's how we do our champions. We just forget about Muhammad Ali. Right? Oh, yeah, he got hit in the head too many times. Okay. Maybe. Or maybe it's something else. Maybe we're not paying attention to something. And it's crazy to have this old white guy stand up for your rights in a way we have not seen this on the big screen before. We have not seen this on the big screen before. In fact, that right there, I'm going to call that an unidentified flying object. That right there, to me, look crazier than an unidentified flying object right there. Listen, there are more reports of alien spaceships going before senators and Congress folks than there are white men saying that black folks need better medical treatment. I don't even know what to say. Clearly, Senator Alsobrook and Roland Martin. See, I've been watching a lot of them TV shows, so I don't know no better. She might have hit him with an envelope. She might have got an envelope, hit him with an envelope. I don't know. It might be a lot of envelopes involved. Listen, there could be a lot of envelopes involved. Maybe they're just ignorant. Best case scenario, maybe they're ignorant. But I'm not that sure. Roland Martin has had clearly he has had his fair share of sandwiches and donuts. Like we can't pretend like we don't know. He has had his fair share of extra large milkshakes. Now, Senator Alsobrook, she looks like she's, you know, she one of them ladies that got the treadmill at her desk. You know, people's doing that now. Instead of having a chair at their desk, they have a treadmill at their desk. So while they working, they could be walking, staying in shape. Yeah, they making sure they get their 10,000 steps. My man Roland, he got all them payment programs up on the screen. He might not have got an envelope. Alsobrook, she might have got an envelope. I'm just saying, it could be Netflix. It could be Netflix confusing me, but she might have got an envelope. I'm just saying. I don't know no better. She might have got an envelope. But let's see if there's anyone else that's saying, if there's anyone else saying anything. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find something more on this Cell Press article. Hold on. We got time. Let me see if this adds any information. I done found one. Let's see if this offers anything that the last article did not. Okay, no, this ain't saying much different. This ain't saying much different. I'm just quoting the last one. Let's see what else we got. Oh, let's look at this one. This looks juicy. Oh, this looks juicy. Okay, let's look at this. This looks juicy. Come on, let's go ahead and peruse this material here. This one looks juicy. Yeah, let's look at this here. This looks juicy. This is a sexy article. This is a sexy article. Look at this. This is the American Association for Cancer Research Journals. This one looked juicy. Yeah, let's dig into this right here. This looks delicious.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Rock come up, drinking mortis till Rock go down. It's a co-winner. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wildin', cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the nest, I know you feel me. Keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness. Math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, I can't be stopped with this.
Oh, shout out to Philly. Shout out to Philly. Okay, let's look at this delicious article and see what they're saying. Protective innate immune variants in racial, ethnic disparities of breast and prostate cancer. Yeah. See, we had to discuss some other things. They want us to talk about the V word. They want us to talk about the V word. Yeah, so they can mess with the channel in the video. We're not going to do that with the V word. They know they was going to get some anti-V word. Nope. Not over here. If y'all watching for that, you could be watching all night. This is low-hanging fruit. We need to talk about breast cancer and prostate cancer. Individuals of African descent are disproportionately affected by specific complex diseases such as breast and prostate cancer. Let's just go back over that one more time. Individuals of African descent are disproportionately affected by specific complex diseases such as breast and prostate cancer, which are driven by both biological and non-biological factors. In the case of breast cancer, there is clear evidence that psychosocial factors have a strong influence on racial disparities. Let's go ahead and let's rewind back and look in those parentheses real quick. Environment, socioeconomic status, health behaviors, etc. I wonder which driving health behaviors. See this one right here? See, this is the tricky one right here. Health behaviors. Yeah. See, that's the tricky one right there. Health behaviors. Because health behaviors are driven by education. And if you're looking for your politicians to put in place some education for their constituents, or you're looking for your independent media to go ahead and educate you, even though what we do is Roland. I'm on you, sir. In the case of breast cancer, there is clear evidence that psychosocial factors have a strong influence on racial disparities. However, even after controlling for these factors, overall phenotypic differences in breast cancer pathology remain among groups of individuals who vary by geographic ancestry. There is a growing appreciation that chronic, recurring inflammation, primarily driven by mechanisms of innate immunity, contributes to core functions associated with cancer progression. Germline mutations in innate immune genes that have been retained in the human genome offer enhanced protection against environmental pathogens, and protective innate immune variants against specific pathogens are enriched among populations whose ancestors were heavily exposed to those pathogens. Consequently, it is predicted that racial ethnic differences in innate immune programs will translate into ethnic differences in both pro and anti-tumor immunity, tumor progression, and prognosis, leading to the current phenomenon of racial ethnic disparities in cancer. Let's slow this down for the people all the way in the back. Let's slow this down for the people all the way in the back. And let's do a little comparison with what we read in the last article. Right here. Human genome offer enhanced protection against specific pathogens are enriched among populations whose ancestors were heavily exposed to those pathogens. What did I tell y'all? When we put out the herpes book, when we put out the HIV book, what did I tell y'all about these STDs and this Germany thing? That article right there just said enhanced protection from people who have had longer exposure. This is how nature works. There are downsides to coming from an environment with lots of sunshine and green grass and you know, we came from the Garden of Eden of Earth. Yeah, there's problems that come with that. Because once you're now removed from that plush environment, oh, your body don't know what to do. Your body don't know what to do. We're getting exposed to things that in the last 300-400 years, we're getting exposed to things that we haven't been exposed to in 5,000 years. This is why in the Comedic Naturopathy course, right? Our last video, we talked about the specific types of beer they were making that had the antibiotics in it. So even thousands of years later, when they checked the bones, they see that they were taking antibiotics as a part of their normal food. Everybody, just antibiotics was in the food. So that means that there's a whole host of infections that they were never exposed to because they were raised with the antibiotics in the food. Their body has no idea how to be naked with no defense and the body didn't have to build up specific types of defenses because the antibiotics were always there in place in the food. The antibiotics were prophylactic, meaning go ahead and have you some of these antibiotics every day in your food because we know stuff is out here. So we're not going to do the old, you go out there, get infected, and then you start infecting other people, and then we got to try to figure out what happened thing. No. Once we figure out something's around here floating around, well, we'll just have the protection. Yeah, throw that in your sandwich. Yeah, throw that in your drink right there. Put that in your, put that in your drink right there. Yeah, just blend that on up. Same way everybody's running out getting protein. Yeah, put that in your smoothie. Okay, yeah. Antibiotics. Here, put this in your drink. No, give some of that to the babies. Let the babies go ahead and drink that. So now people who did not have the antibiotics, they did not have the culture of advanced medicine. They did not have the culture of advanced naturopathy. They were dying a lot faster. But guess what? Their systems were becoming more intelligent in regards to viruses and bacteria. Fast forward. Now we're the ones that doesn't have the medication. We don't even have the knowledge. We don't even know that we need certain things. In fact, our leaders are misleading us. Our leaders are saying that they do not want us to have protection. They don't want the people that are keeping us sick to even be held accountable. Yeah. And they're on the record with it. And our people are so uneducated that they're reposting this as a viral moment to say, look at RFK, look how dumb he is. Trump is exposed. What is Snoop and Nelly doing promoting this? Didn't you just see RFK try to help the Black community because we're the ones getting the most prostate cancer, breast cancer, heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's, dementia? See, y'all got to pray for me because this is what I do for a living. This is literally my life. I have to fight against people to get them to learn about things that will only help them because they've been brainwashed by people like Roland Martin and Senator Alsobrook to think they don't need this information because they have doctors and scientists that are in place to do it. Only problem is RFK is exposing that there are certain doctors and scientists that for whatever reason are putting out misinformation that's leading to these very same people having a higher STD count, the lower lifespans. Oh yeah, we have to top this thing off with a bow. Yeah, Black folks have lower lifespans. Yeah, but guess what? Socioeconomics is one of those things listed right there. So guess what Senator Alsobrook does not have to deal with? You're never going to see Senator Alsobrook in the county hospital. You're never going to see Senator Alsobrook in the emergency room. You're never going to see Senator Alsobrook in the supermarket in the middle of a food desert where they only have processed food. You're never going to see Senator Alsobrook worried about the price of produce. She's taken care of. She's out the way. Her kids are out the way. Her mama and her daddy are out the way. So what does that mean? You see, the less money you have, the less financial means you have, you actually need to balance that scale with information. That's the only thing you can do to protect yourself, is learn more. If you can't afford to get you an around-the-clock nutritionist and around-the-clock dietitian and around-the-clock personal doctor and blah, 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 and even then, you still need to know what's going on, because Michael Jackson had all the money in the world. He had a personal staff, and it was one of them that let's just go back to the article. Let's just go back to the article. Let's just go back to this old crazy article over here. Consequently, it is predicted that racial ethnic differences in innate immune programs will translate into ethnic differences in both pro and anti-tumor immunity, tumor progression, prognosis, leading to the current phenomena of racial ethnic disparities in cancer. Now, here's another piece that I need to add to that. There was a universe where we lived in where they said we don't know what causes cancer. Then we moved into a universe where they said genetic mutations cause cancer, while secretly hiding in plain sight that infections can and do cause cancer. You might say, wait a minute, doctor. That's false information. Infections don't turn into cancer. Let's go on ahead and see if we can peruse one of these books. Let's go ahead and see if we can peruse one of these books.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Ra come up, drinking more till Ra go down. It's a cold winter. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wildin', cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the net, I know you feel me, keep working. Out the Bronx with this, house of consciousness. Math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, I can't be stopped with this.
Okay. Let's go on ahead. Let's go on ahead. For those of you that have it, if you don't have the herpes versus leukemia book, I strongly suggest you go to Amazon right now and put this in your cart. If you don't have the herpes versus leukemia book, I want to strongly suggest you go put this in your cart. Yeah, there's just very important information in this book that you may not know. You may not know this, right? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's look up let's look up this. Let's go over here. Told y'all we was going to do some work today, right? See what I typed in here? Herpes 4. Okay, so let's say you didn't know about this. Let's say you didn't know herpes 4 existed, right? Let's say you didn't know what herpes 4 was. Okay, now you do. What does this say right here? Most people will get infected with EBV in their lifetime. What? What is this here saying? Now, what website is this? What website is that? I'm just saying, I want to know if Senator Alsobrook would consider the CDC a credible website. Let's go ahead to the CDC. Let's go to the CDC website here. Here's what I'm saying. If you do not have the herpes versus leukemia book, you need to go and put this in your Amazon cart. You might be missing out on some information that you're not going to be able to get from Roland Martin or Senator Alsobrook. You're probably going to need this information. Let's go ahead and look up herpes virus number 4, EBV. EBV is one of the most common human viruses in the world. Most people will get EBV in their lifetime, especially in childhood, and will not have symptoms. Most people will get herpes number 4 as a child and not have any symptoms. So let's unpack that. Clearly, herpes number 4 is not an STD because they're saying that most people will get it in their childhood before you become sexually active. This is as a child. And there'll be no symptoms, but you will be able to pass it along. You will be able to pass that thing on. Yeah, let's check this out. Who is at risk? Look at this. EBV is most commonly spread through saliva by kissing, sharing drinks and food. Wait a minute. Is the CDC saying that you can spread herpes by having a sandwich? Now listen, if sharing drinks and food puts you at risk, hey, listen, if sharing drinks and food puts you at risk for herpes virus number 4, is it safe to say that people who are around, which evidently seem to be sharing more drinks and food than others, why did Roland Martin make himself a target? I just don't understand. I'm sorry. I told y'all that in 2025, I was going to be much more of a responsible, mature adult. This is just evidence that I'm still working on me. That's all. I'm just still working on me. That's all that means. That's all that means. So sharing drinks and food, sharing drinking cups or eating utensils, toothbrushes, having contact with toys that children have drooled on. Wait a minute. This does not sound like credible information. Dr. Enqi, where are you getting this information from? I'm only on the CDC website. That's all. That's all. I'm only on the CDC website. Yeah. That's all. I'm only on the CDC website. That's all. Yeah. Yeah. The CDC website says that you can get herpes from kids' toys or sharing food and drinks. That's all. Yeah, that's just the CDC website. I don't know. You know. Who knows? Right? Who knows? It's just the CDC website. There is no vaccine to protect against EBV infection. What? So there is no protection from this herpes virus. There's no protection from herpes 4. You can get it from playing with toys, sharing food. But that wasn't the subject of our conversation, was it? That was not the subject of our conversation, Doc. Listen, I just want people to have more information. That's all. I just want people to have more information about what we're getting ready to talk about, right? We're just going to read a tad bit more from the CDC and see just a tad bit more and see what they're saying here. We're just going to go ahead and skip on down to this sentence right here. About 9 out of 10 adults have antibodies that show that they have a current or past EBV infection. %, the population, according to the CDC. According to the CDC, 90% the population, starting with children, have herpes. Number 4. Very interesting piece of information there. Again, just saying, you might want to add this book to your cart. If you do not have the herpes versus leukemia book, you might want to add that to your Amazon cart. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now let's go ahead and then let's add something to the search bar. Look at this. Let's add something to the search bar. You see, we had herpes 4, which we learned was EBV. So then what we did was we added lymphoma to the search bar. In case you don't know, lymphoma is a type of cancer. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at herpes 4, EBV, and see if it's associated with cancer. So you can see if when I said that science has shown us that infections can lead to cancer. Let's just go ahead and check this thing out. Yeah, because listen, I'm not a medical doctor. RFK is not a medical doctor. What do we know? So we just go ahead to the CDC website and see what the CDC is saying. CDC said 90% of the population, starting with kids playing with toys and eating sandwiches and all. Who knows? You can be promiscuously eating a pack of Oreo cookies. Now, if you at school and you happen to just be sharing them cookies and snacks with every... EBV infection is typically asymptomatic and does not cause disease. In specific circumstances, EBV may cause human B-cell lymphomas, including Burkitt lymphoma, Hodgkin lymphoma, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and lymphoproliferative disease in immunocompromised hosts. Now, see, that is a very confusing paragraph right there. That's a very confusing paragraph because the paragraph starts off with a sentence that says EBV does not cause disease. And then the paragraph proceeds to tell you a host of cancers that EBV causes. That is very confusing right there. You see? That might be some of the thing that RFK is saying that we need to clean up. Right? For John Q. Public operating with a 5th grade or 3rd grade reading level, that's going to be problematic. When you have a paragraph that says, this virus does not cause disease, but sometimes it can cause this cancer, that cancer, this cancer, that cancer, and some other cancers. Yeah, depending on how your immune system, depending on your immune system. Didn't we just read some articles that said everybody's immune system is not exactly the... Oh, so if you got a different type of immune system functioning, that means you might be at a higher risk. But wait, herpes 4 is the thing that triggers it. Well, who's got herpes 4? Oh, everyone. Isn't that great? You can go ahead to the baby christening and go ahead and kiss them kids. Oh, what is that? That's, yeah. Fellas, you might be trying to get some booty. Listen. It is what it is, fellas. You might be trying to get some booty, right? Shorty already got a child, right? She already got a baby or two. How you get in there, fellas? Come on now. How you get in there? You get in there by getting in there with the children. Yeah. Little man over there playing with his toys. You can pick one up. He on the Xbox. You don't know nothing about that game. Let me jump on that game. And you didn't grab that joystick. You don't know what's on that joystick. EBV might be on that. On the flip side, ladies, you don't know what this guy you bringing home to your babies, what he got on his hands. Now, he done jumped on Xbox with your kids. He might have left EBV on them joysticks. Guess what? We don't know how your immune system functioning. You might be one of those candidates for a lymphoma. Wouldn't that be interesting? But I know you voted for Senator Alsobrook, who voted for Team Kamala. Yeah. I know all about it. Now let's go in ahead and check out this guy here. Let's check out another one. Yeah. Let's check out this guy here. What is this here? Let's check out hepatitis B. What is hepatitis B? Yeah, what is hepatitis B? No, we don't want to go to Liver Foundation. Is that a good website? Let's go to Liver Foundation. Let's see what the Liver Foundation is saying about hepatitis B. Hepatitis B is a highly preventable liver disease caused by the hepatitis B virus. All right, so far that makes sense. HBV, hepatitis B virus, causes the liver to swell and prevents it from working well. About 95% of adults who are exposed to HBV fully recover within 6 months without medication. About 5% have HBV all their lives unless they are successfully treated with medications. Now, what group are you in? Do you have the immune system that you could just knock hepatitis B virus out by itself? Or are you in the smaller population of folks that actually need the medication to constantly treat it because you can't get rid of HBV? I know. You've been watching Roland Martin, so you don't even know how your immune system functions or which group you in. Yeah. You in the race hustled group. You're not in the race hustler group. You're in the race hustled group. You one of the followers of Ubar Roland Martin who just gets angry when white folks comes on TV. I know. See, that's why they got these things called books. It's all right. I know some of y'all are allergic to books. We got to work on that. So now that we got an idea, who is at risk for hepatitis B? It's very interesting. Hepatitis B? Anyone who has multiple sexual partners? If you've ever had an STD? Wait a minute. A man who has sex with men. Yo, this is wild. I wonder if them folks is going to protest this website right here. That is very interesting. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add in liver cancer. Wait a minute. This virus is the leading cause of liver cancer worldwide? A viral infection? And we just saw this is a viral infection that most people could just beat all by themselves. They don't need no medicine, no nothing. But in some people, they have it all their lives. And clearly, for some people, it turns into liver cancer. In fact, it's the leading cause of liver cancer worldwide. Okay. See, I'm a naturopathic doctor. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't pretend to be. But right now, I'm speaking just as a literate, common sense having person. If I have an immune system capable of just beating up the HBV virus by itself within 6 months, like the Liver Foundation website said, chances are I'm probably not going to be one of the people that winds up with the liver cancer. But if my immune system, so that's very interesting. So it's just my immune system standing in between me and liver cancer, because a common infection that everyone gets, for some people, it's not a big deal. You don't even got to do nothing. This is one of them old, the old school. Go ahead and drink you some orange juice. Get that vitamin C. Yeah, get you some orange juice with that vitamin C. You knock that right out with that vitamin C. Or, the horny brothers back in the days, get that Noxenol 9. Put that Noxenol 9. Put that Noxenol 9 on there. Yeah, some of these foolish things had good results because the results had nothing to do with these foolish ideas. You drink some orange juice and get some Noxenol 9. In case you don't know what the Noxenol 9 is, the Noxenol 9 was the chemical they put in condoms to reduce STDs. Some people that were very uneducated thought that the Noxenol 9 was like a cure-all for anything, so they could have sex with prostitutes and all kinds of crazy. Bottom line, for the people who don't understand that common infections can become cancerous. Hopefully, our last 10 minutes has shed some light on that for you. Common infections amongst children, common infections amongst teens, common infections amongst adults can turn into cancer. We're no longer in the universe where we don't know how cancers get started. And since the different response in immune function is the only thing standing in between your health and cancer, and since the scientific journals are saying that different races respond differently because their immune systems are different. And we haven't built any hospitals. Just FYI, we haven't built any hospitals. So there are none that are tailoring their program to us. Just FYI. RFK is saying, hey, I'm getting ready to try to get some bread from the big homie. Let me explain to you how this works. If I can get enough people that are interested in this, I can get some bread from the big homie and invest into some institutions to start doing some research tailor-made around brown, black, Spanish, everyone else, basically. Just saying. That may not happen because we have Roland Martin. Roland Martin has a much wider reach than me. I don't know if I can even get you guys to all hit the like button, to all hit the subscribe button, to all hit the Cash App. I don't even know if everybody that's watching this video has the herpes versus leukemia book now. So I don't know how far my reach. I don't know what we can do from here. I know that Senator Alsobrook, she's vetoing legislation. She's vetoing legislation. In that video, she said, I'm voting against this. It's dangerous for the black community to start getting better health care. I'm definitely voting against this. And people are online sending it out. Yeah, that's right. Let's go. Also, she put RFK in his place. What's wrong with this white man? What's wrong with this white man trying to get black folks better health care in America? White man is trying to get black folks better health care in America? Wait. And the black folks are shutting that down? Do y'all remember when I read the book? Do y'all remember when I read that book to y'all? Weapons of Mass Instruction. Do y'all remember when we read? Yeah, let's go back to this book here. Let's go back to this book. This is not a book that I wrote. Weapons of Mass Instruction. Y'all remember when we read this? Y'all remember? What did it say here? What did it say here? Hold on, we got to find this part here. What it said? Blah, blah, blah. Hold on, what they said? They said, oh, here you go. Yeah, here we go. In 1919, Professor Arthur Calhoun wrote that the fondest wish of utopian thinkers was coming true. Children were passing from blood families to the control of community experts. In time, he wrote, the dream of Darwin and Galton would become reality through the agency of public education, designed to check the mating of the unfit The dream of scientific population control through public education. How do you do that? Well, you dumb down the population. Well, that's why America's populate where we at. Where we at? 3rd to 5th grade reading level. So when somebody says, hey, they're putting out false articles about amyloid plaques. A black man, Roland Martin, who's supposed to care about the black community, he has no idea what that means. A black senator who depends on her black constituents to get her in office, Senator Alsobrook, she has no idea what that means. They have no idea that the amyloid plaques relate to Alzheimer's. And let's look up amyloid plaques for the family out there. They're like, enqi, what is the amyloid plaques? You keep mentioning amyloid plaque. What is amyloid plaques? Let's just go ahead and peruse. You see this? Let's just go ahead and peruse. You see that? Let's just go ahead and peruse some of these things here. What happens to the brain in Alzheimer's disease? In the Alzheimer's brain, abnormal levels of these naturally occurring proteins clump together to form plaques that disrupt cell function. What are amyloid plaques? Amyloid plaques are aggregates of misfolded proteins that form in the spaces between nerve cells. That's very interesting. Amyloid plaques in the brain are dangerous because they can lead to blockages or ruptures that cause strokes. Wait a minute. Then y'all wonder what happened to Jamie Foxx? Jamie Foxx just had this. Yeah. See, that's what I be trying to tell y'all. When I say the kufis come off, the ankhs come off, the crosses come off, nobody's immune to health issues. Yeah. Jamie Foxx was amazing. You know, he's in the gym. He got his 6-pack together, all that. That did not stop him from falling down with a stroke, almost dying. Now, it did save him because he had that bread so he can get the #1 top, you know. You may not be able to afford that treatment Jamie Foxx got. You're going to need to go ahead and hit that website and start adding books to your Amazon cart. You're going to need to start adding some books to that Amazon cart. I'm just saying.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Ra come up, drinking Mortis till Ra go down. It's a cold winter. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wilding, cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the nest, I know you feel me. Keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness. Math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, can't be stopped with this.
Enqi prayer number 2. Enqi prayer number 2. give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen. Enqi prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
Struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientist at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered in the state of Maryland, and employs thousands of hardworking Marylanders. I, for the record, believe in scientists, and I believe in doctors, and I trust them over politicians without medical degrees.
You know, I think I missed that, our first go around. I think I missed the part where she said she believes in doctors and scientists. We talk about that a lot here. Personality worship. That is the problem. See, we don't promote that here. Just for the people that this might be their first time or second time, or they might just start watching, you know, when they seen a title where I might have been trolling somebody or something, they might have tuned in for the wrong reason and found the right information. They might have tuned in for the wrong reason and found the right information, right? See, we're anti that type of program here. We don't want you to be subject to believing and trusting in people at all. That's why we're constantly putting out new information. We're constantly putting out new information. So that way you have the ability to make decisions on your own. Yeah. let me show you a couple of pieces real quick. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me go get 2 books, and I'm gonna show y'all these 2 books.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Nobody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't nothing. No.
Yeah, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game for years. Your animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
Look at these 2 books here. Now, these are 2 books. See this? This is the biology of the cell surface. The biology of the cell surface. This was written, I believe, in 1939 by Ernest Everett. Right? Ernest Everett is a black genius that does not get credit for his contributions to science. So he's one of the names that you're going to hear, because we're getting ready to open up this new workbook. Workbook 5. It's not out yet, but it'll be out. Right? It'll be out. So if you're not watching this live and you watching this tomorrow, well, technically, if I say tomorrow, that's not a real thing because tomorrow never comes. But today is Saturday. So if you're watching this on Sunday or Monday, this book will definitely be available for you to go to Amazon and grab workbook number 5. Right? That's the book that you keep seeing here when you hear this song right here.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real.
I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. We still writing when the sun come up, drinking mortis till the sun go down. So, you know, I wanted to talk about him because I've mentioned him in the past, right? But I don't think he gets enough credit for his research on cell biology. And not just cell biology, but the whole entire structured water conversation, right? And this is a big problem that we have. Y'all are quick to jump on the internet and talk about Andrew Huberman, Jack Cruz, Gerald Pollack, you know, Masaru Emoto, you know, You don't hear no conversations about Mona Harrison, right? She just mysteriously, you don't hear nothing about my man, Ernest Everett. And he wrote this book right here. He wrote this book right here on his way getting shipped off to a concentration camp. Black guy. Wait, I didn't know there was black folks getting shipped off to what? Just saying. Take a look. It's in a book. Right? So there's that. Right? And here's the new guys. Water and the Cell. This book is written by Gerald Pollack, Ivan Cameron, and Denise Wheatley. Now, actually, let me not say written by, because it says edited by, right? So what that means is the primary subject matter of the book is not theirs. So when you see a book, and instead of the book says written by, it says edited by, that means the primary subject matter is not theirs. So the primary subject matter in this book is from Gilbert Ling, right? But let me tell you how, once again, let me just show you this example of how folks get priced out of the game. Because see, when we put out books, $20, $30, folks like, yo, these books are expensive. 3rd grade, 5th grade reading level. These are the Roland Martin people. These are the Senator Alsobrook people. Because see, let me show you. Let's go on over to Amazon real quick. Let's go to Amazon real quick. Okay. So we go over here to Amazon. Let's go over here to Amazon. Right? Now, let me show you what the only other book. See, let's start here first. Let's go to my book. Let's go to Comedic Naturopathy. See that? Comedic Naturopathy, $149. Now, people are going to say, Dr. Enqi, that's expensive. 739-page book. That is really expensive. $149. Oh my goodness. $149 is very expensive, Dr. Enqi. I'm not sure that book is valuable enough for $149. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the only other book that exists on Earth in the same space. Yeah. So there's that. There's that, right? So let's just move on from there. Now let's go ahead and look up this book here. You see, folks get priced out of the game. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Look at this here. They want $50 to rent this book. Yo, they want $50 for you to borrow this joint. That's wild right there. That's wild right there. That's wow. And it's $250 on sale for $146. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's wow. Let's see what these other prices look like. Yeah, look at these other prices here. So it's on sale right now. Or it ain't on sale everywhere. Look at these prices going up. Look at these prices going up. $290, $306. Okay, they touching the sky with that thing there, ain't they? So we have to do this thing where we have to learn what the value is. We have to begin learning what value is. We have to begin to start learning what value is. See? Because Roland Martin believes that what he talk about on his platform is important information. He believes he's speaking truth to power. He believes he's speaking truth to power. We just demonstrated that he's doing the exact opposite. He's attempting to cripple the black community for a few dollars. That's literally what you call the textbook definition of selling out. Where you block information from getting to the people for money. That's literally called selling out. Maybe I don't know the definition. Maybe I need a better working definition. But that's what I thought. I thought that's what that meant. You know what I'm saying? Where you stopping the people from getting the information they need. Anything like that. Man, how far I gotta put in this thing? So this ain't gonna get me. Stop showing. Oh, it's that little back right there. Maybe if I put you back like this. Is that better? That's a little better right there. Yeah, that's giving me more light. Okay. That's a little better. Yo, I'm with you. He said if I gotta rent a book for $50, I'm screenshotting every page. Listen, respectfully, this is why I need y'all to hit the Cash App. Yeah, I gotta take care of me and these babies, but when I'm showing y'all these books, remember, I'm flashing these books. Yeah, so remember, when I'm showing y'all these books, I'm also showing you that I'm buying these books. A large part of the money goes to my book bill. Yeah, I have to do the research. And the real information is not $9.99. When you walk into Barnes and Nobles, first of all, Barnes and Nobles don't even have these books. Amazon don't even have these books. They're not available. You got to get them from a select seller and blah, you know. But these are not in the doorway. Even if Amazon do have them, I promise you, they're not in the doorway. You're not going to get this in the doorway for $9.99, $19.99, none of that. You're going to have to drop a few dollars. And typically, if you're writing a book on a subject, you're going to have to research everything in the space. So now, I may need to sit back and go through 10, 15, 20 different books. I got to have the books for that. If the book's $100, 15 books, $1,500 for me to write. The 20 books, $2,000 for me to. And trust me, all of the typos that's in my books, you know, there's no AI and Grammarly is in these. Listen, all the typos and all of the grammatic errors, and you know for sure AI and Grammarly is not writing Dr. Enqi's books. Like, man, he clearly wouldn't have all them typos in there. But before you put out something, right, and you say that you came up with this, you can't put out information and say you came up with this unless you've read and familiarized yourself with all of the people who are considered to be at the upper echelon in that space. Right? And so I do that a lot. I'm like, no, I came up with this. Boop. The only way I'm able to say I came up with something is because I already know I got everybody material. I know what they came up with. And I appreciate their contributions. As much as I say I talk greasy about some of these folks, I still appreciate everybody's contributions. That's why I support everybody and got their books. Yeah. I'm not saying you shouldn't know Gilbert Ling. You should. You need to know the difference between what Gilbert Ling put out and what you read, you hearing from Gerald Pollack YouTube video. You need to know the difference. Then you need to be able to recognize a remix master like Jack Cruz, who's not putting out any new information. He's just using a certain type of vocabulary to remix a whole bunch of other people's stuff that he's grabbing and not giving credit to. Right? But if you're not familiar in the space, the credentials will fool you. And this is why when we started the show, one of my beloved brothers said, you know, RFK is not qualified. I'm like, the qualifications game is the big part of the problem. Because we keep thinking that anybody that has a degree somewhere is qualified because they have a degree from somewhere. We have to stop that. We have to stop that. Just say to yourself, the medical establishment, there's no medical doctor. Listen to what I'm telling you. There's no medical doctor in these hospitals. There's no medical doctors that are publishing through the scientific journals that are not credentialed. So when you say you have problems with the medical establishment, that means you're saying you have problems with the educational system that qualified the people that are in these positions. So you cannot then turn around and say the very same people with the very same qualifications are the solution to the problem created by these people and this system of education. You have to have a new system of education, a new way of thinking, a new way of seeing the same old problems in order to provide alternative solutions. Right? So, let's take a look at some things. Let's take a look at some things. Hotep Jesus trying to call in. You trolling? I don't know where my phone is. I don't know where my phone is. He probably calling my phone. You better not be trolling, Paul, because I'm getting ready to go find my cell phone. Because you said Hotep Jesus trying to call in.
Myron!
Ooh,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? But I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Murray, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even.
I don't even know where my phone is. So we're going to see. I put Chloe on the job. And Chloe has found it in 0 seconds flat. See, you trolling, Paul. Hotep Jesus ain't trying to call in. Paul trolling. Oh, he right there. Call me now. No, I see it. I see it. There you go. Peace to the God.
Yo, enqi.
Yep, you live.
Yo, yeah, what's up, bro? Listen, I got a couple of questions here. Really only one. You know, we on Twitter, and I'm keeping my post on the conversation on Twitter with the whole RFK, Roland Martin, and people saying that, you know, what RFK said was racist. So I want to get your take on that. And also your take on, you know, is the black body, you know, the black immune system stronger than, is the African immune system stronger than the European? Because we haven't gotten that definitive answer from you this whole stream, and I know you're afraid to say it, but we need them clicks. We need them clips. So I'm gonna need you to say it, and then I'm gonna need you to give the science, then I'm gonna need you to explain the science, because you've been explaining the science, but I don't know what the hell you just said. So you gotta break it down for us ignorant folk too.
All right, so this may sound halfway political. So let me say the first part first. Let me answer RFK first.
Okay.
In a scientific space, there's no such thing as racism.
Okay.
There's no such thing. Every different group of people have strengths and they have weaknesses. So right now I'm in Michigan. Is my immune system, is my metabolism, is my thermal system geared towards Michigan weather? Absolutely not. It is more advantageous for me to be a white person living in Michigan weather than it is to be black.
Okay,
So,
I got that.
So it's very tailored and specific. So now, is the black immune system stronger? Is the black immune system stronger? That's absolutely not only what I'm saying, but that's what RFK is saying. That's what all the scientific articles are saying. Now, the problem is for people.
Wait. You just said that the black immune system is stronger than the white, or the African stronger than the European. Is that what you just said?
I'm saying the African immune system is stronger than the European immune system, the Chinese immune system, the Mexican immune system, all of the above. If we're talking about responses to, innate immune responses. If we're talking about innate immune responses,
okay,
it's a stronger reaction. Now, here's the thing. There's a perspective to that too. So that's why I said this may sound halfway political. in a situation where you're exposed to so many different viruses and bacteria every day, spores and mold and all this kind of stuff, fungi, yeast, and there's zero education. So people don't know how to put together a basic prophylactic home program, like taking the bitters every day or the herbs or whatever the case may be, because they don't know how their body works. Having a overreactive immune system can actually be seen with factual, like you can't really argue it. So it could be seen from both perspectives. It could be seen that our immune system is worse, which is the reason why we lead in many categories of autoimmune disease, because our immune system reacts so strongly. The immune reaction in and of itself can kill us.
That makes sense.
So there's one way you could look at it and be like, well, no, our immune systems, clearly, it's in the textbooks, it's in the scientific, they did test and proven we have a stronger immune response. So just on its face, yeah, we have a stronger, we have a stronger immune system. But stronger may not be better in context, because stronger may lead to more autoimmune disease. And that's what they were saying, that the Neanderthal DNA has actually retarded the European immune response. So they have a weaker immune response, but overall, that's a better immune response because they have less autoimmune diseases to deal with because of that.
So, enter the forbidden V word. When that's introduced to the body, which is supposed to trigger an immune response, this could be why Black people are affected negatively more than the white body, because our immune system is so aggressive.
Absolutely. What he's saying is, and what she tried to take out of context, was that he's not saying that we don't need to have the V word. What he's saying is, and this is just, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but what he's trying to say is, if Europeans receive 20, we might be good with 15.
Right.
Whereas if they take 5 because they done got 4 boosters, we might not need 4 boosters. We might just need the initial joint and maybe 2 boosters. So he's not saying that, and that's where she's trying to take it out of context with the race hustling propaganda, because they anti-Trump and they just trying to put them in a space to get people to see him as aluminum foil wearing, like they just trying to let people see him as crazy.
So the reaction to that on the Twitter sphere is saying, well, remember during the Tuskegee experiment where they said that Black
people they're going too far. They're going too far. They're going too far. They got to they're also, 99% of the people reacting to the conversation haven't read any of the material. So you have people on the pro side that are just reacting emotionally, and you have people on the against side that's reacting emotionally. They haven't read the material. So they don't really know. The Tuskegee thing was totally different. That was, let's go ahead and purposely run an experiment, and like that's totally different than this. You know what I'm saying? This is just basically outlining the differences in how our bodies are set up. And it comes from us coming from different climates. You come from a different environment. So if you're in a polar environment, your ancestors were in a polar environment, they're absolutely going to have a different type of immune system than yours coming from lush green everything. You have to have a different protocol system set up in your body. Your body has to respond to different things because you got different resources. Whereas you're in North Africa surrounded by plants and bushes and herbs and all that. None of that exists in the snow and the ice. So you don't even have the ability to use plants and those types of things for your immune system. Your immune system really got to scrap. So that's going to cause you to have a shorter lifespan in the interim, but you're going to build up a different type of reaction to certain types of viruses and bacteria, where our body is going to be geared to plant this and plant that. And all plants don't ramp up reactions. Some plants tone down reactions. That was one of the things that we was doing during the situation that we just went through. Because the thing that was causing most people to clock out was the cytokine storm. The inflammatory response was too strong. That was killing people. So you needed to know how to modulate the immune response. You need to know how to decrease tumor necrosis factor, how to decrease interleukin 1, interleukin 6, TNF, interleukin 1, interleukin 6 are the main inflammatory, cytokines. So, when your body's low on immune, when your immune system is weak, you need to figure out how to ramp those up. But when your immune system is overreacting, you need to know how to turn those down. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes a science to it. But I'm saying most people is not reading anything. So they don't even know what a cytokine or interleukin, they don't even know what that is. This is all foreign, just like the science. I might sound like the Charlie Brown teacher to a lot of these people. And people are just gonna go back to what they know, like, but F that, because Trump is racist. It's just gonna turn into that. You know what I'm saying? So F that, because Trump is racist. Trump putting on RFK, so RFK must be trying to kill black folks. That's the line of logic. You know what I'm saying? But
one last question.
Go ahead.
What's Roland Martin's life expectancy?
Roland Martin is definitely probably on borrowed time right now.
Hi, thank you for your time.
Yeah. His height, his weight, with his health, discipline, he's probably on borrowed time right now. He actually need to get with RFK and start getting the push-ups and all that in.
Say less. I'm about to tweet this info out like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna tag the video in the thread.
I appreciate you. This is the GOAT of social media, Hotep Jesus family. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for calling in, bro.
Yes, sir. Salute, Hotep, my Bill.
Peace. All right, so Paul wasn't trolling. He got the social media GOAT to tune in. My bad, Paul. My bad. Respectfully, I can admit when I'm wrong. Listen. My bad. Sorry about that. Paul wasn't trolling. I couldn't see it because of somebody else in the chat named Hotep Alchemist. So I thought that I don't know what I was thinking. Hold up, though. Let's look. Let's peruse. Let's start this conversation over here. So first things first, I just want y'all to know that if we get to this, I'm getting ready to bring the house down on the haters. I want y'all to know I'm getting ready to bring the house down on some haters. Now remember, oh my goodness, this is crazy right here. Remember that they was Man, hold up. Where is this thing at now? I can't find it. Okay. Y'all see that? Remember, I've been having this ongoing battle since I put out the rough ashlar. The haters been hating. They angry about this. But we about to destroy. I'm talking about like Godzilla, you know. Ah! And then the fire come out, the electric fire, and burn up the whole city and just start smashing build. Oh my goodness. Remember I said that they invented the microscope and the telescope in ancient Kemet. Not ancient Kemet. Kemet. There's no ancient Kemet. There's just Kemet. Right? There's Egypt, then there's Kemet. I told y'all, they invented the microscope. And thank God, thank the Netchers for the haters. They drove me. They drove me to go and find the convex lenses in Kemet. We got the convex lenses. So now, see, I don't know why they mess with me, because now it just got worse. Because now it went from they invented the microscope and the telescope to they invented glasses, contact lenses, binoculars. Oh my goodness. And we got the, oh my God, we got the convex lenses. We actually got the lenses, and we got the proof where they done stole other ones and used them for blueprint. Oh my goodness. I don't know why they be bothering me. Oh my goodness. Look at that deer. That's one of them. Oh, that's one of them right there. Ooh. Ah. Yeah. So we're going to get around to that. Hopefully. That's the plan anyway. That's the plan. The plan is to get to that, but we might not get to that. We got a lot of stuff to get through before we get to that. All right, so before we go anywhere, let me actually find the cover of this book and start with a proper introduction. So the book is not out yet. The book could be out tonight or tomorrow morning. Yeah, it'll be out before the weekend is up. It'll be out before the weekend is up. Noon, structured water, protoplasm, ethnic variations in immunology and metabolism. Kemetic Naturopathy Workbook number 5. Get that off the chat room. That is definitely not what I said. If y'all got wrenches, y'all got to make sure y'all keep the cuss words out of the chat. Everybody that got a wrench, you got to make sure you keep the cuss words out of the chat. Yeah, we can't have no curse words in the chat, people. Let me see if I could real quick. Oh, this computer don't even do it. I gotta go to my other computer. All right, I gotta figure out some new. I gotta pass out some new wrenches. But anyway, this is the cover. This is the title, right? This is the cover, the title, and the premise we're gonna go over in the book, obviously, right? But the premise is, or at least part of the premise, is that the Kemetic deity, the Necher, Nun, represented, amongst other things, represented structured water. Right? Now, I know previously we've had conversations about Atum emerging from Nun. So we're talking about collapsing the wave function. Right? We're talking about collapsing the wave function. But, and I guess for a lot of people, that collapsing the wave function and quantum, whatever, all of that is more advanced science than talking about water. I would beg to differ, right? But that's my perspective. So I will defer to the many, and I'll say, in a simpler conversation, we're going to talk about Nun as being the holy grail of life sciences. Right? The holy grail of life sciences, right? So, I was just watching, so me and Chase had just watched 2 movies, right? We watched, I forgot the name of it. It's a movie with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. And Matt Damon is like a smart kid, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, he came up, I guess, in the hood version for white folks. You know what I'm saying? He came up struggling, you know, abusive parents and all that. And, you know, he's a genius. But it's always come easy to him to be a genius. And for him, he's looking to do things that challenge him. So he's actually throwing away his genius, trying to, you know, be a construction worker and some other stuff. So anyway, but then there's another movie we watched about an Indian guy. And I'm definitely disrespecting him by not remembering his name, because me and Chase debated back and forth about this guy. But the movie is The Man Who Knew Infinity, I believe. The Man Who Knew Infinity. It's like a B movie. You know what I'm saying? But it's about a guy, same thing, came out of poverty, Indian guy from India. For y'all that doesn't make sense, when I say Indian guy from India, that's because you're not aware of all these different YouTube platforms. You say Indian, respectfully, all hell can break loose. We're the native, aboriginal, indigenous. Oh, whoa. I just mean folks from India. I don't want no beef, right? So, but he was a math guy, and he came up with, I forgot what these math equations are, but some fantastic math, you know, some ridiculous, crazy math equations. And only reason I'm referencing that is because Matt Damon's demonstration of genius is also the same thing. And even the movie Russell Crowe was in, his demonstration of genius is long, crazy equations that nobody else in the world could understand except him and maybe 4 or 5 other people. Like, I think that was a beautiful mind. So we don't realize it, but we're getting brainwashed. And it's really a form of mental warfare for you to believe that academic genius has something to do with these long, crazy, ridiculous equations. Because the people who built pyramids, they did not use long, crazy, ridiculous equations to do that. I just need you to understand that. They did not use long, crazy, ridiculous equations that nobody could understand. They did the exact opposite. So this is what you have to understand about Kemet and the old school way of teaching. If you couldn't make really complex ideas simple, then you did not know the information well enough. And you were not ready to teach the masses. You were not ready to teach the people. That's what a griot, that's the tradition of the griot, the storyteller. Because the storyteller is about using, analogies and metaphors and simple stories, even maybe about simple creatures or children, right? The simplest of life, little animals or children, to explain complex concepts. Now, when you get into the hieroglyphs and the Kemetic science, everything was about the netures. Everything was about the netures, because the netures are the fundamental forces and even the accessory and subsidiary forces of the universe that create and sustain life. So even if, like, let's take Reggie, for instance. We can always slap Reggie around, right? Let's take Reggie, for instance. If Reggie understood Kemetic science, right, Reggie would never have made the statements that he made. And I'll give you an example. When me and him's going back and forth, he goes, oh, I know what the Kemetic diet was, because the proof is on the walls of the offerings that they made to the gods, to the netures. What are the netures? Are the netures real people? Wait, are the netures real people? So are we calling the people who built pyramids idiots? Listen, let me dumb it down for you a little bit better. Let's say that there's a neture that represents sunlight. Let's say I am perfectly aware that sunlight is not an actual person named Ra, for instance. We're just going to throw this out there. So I know that I cannot actually make a sandwich for sunlight and offer him a sandwich. Like, I know that I can't make him some fried chicken and offer it to sunlight, because sunlight doesn't have a mouth or a digestive system. Like, I know. You see what I'm saying here? So offering to forces has to mean something else. Clearly, that's not communicating that we fed the gods fish and chicken, because the gods are forces, right? We're not getting ready to make a fish sandwich for electricity. Electricity's not getting ready to pull up a chair with you at the dinner table and eat a kale salad. Like, now, you as the embodiment, see, this is a simple way to understand what the people were eating and why, right? So if you understand that the Neteru represents the forces of the universe, and that these forces of the universe, because we literally know what, like, they have calendars, and the calendars is based on what? The rising of Sirius, because the rising of Sirius lets you know the flood coming. The flood's getting ready to renew the plants, right? The crops, food, fruits and veggies. So they understood that the forces, the Necharu, were literally in the plants. They were in the plants. So you consume the plants so you could get them into you. But I don't need to feed, like, say, for instance, now we're getting to the understanding that the body's electric, right? So let's say there's a Necharu segment to represent electricity, right? Let's just throw it out there that segment could represent electricity, right? Or Heru, anybody you're comfortable with. But just for the argument's sake, we're going to throw segment out there, right? Get a sister some love. So we're going to say segment represents electricity. Now, would we actually need to feed electricity a kale salad so that electricity could create electricity inside itself? We need to eat, as our understanding, especially those of us that love Dr. Sebi, right? We alkaline, the body's electric, right? I'm not saying this Dr. Enqi science. I'm just saying collectively, body's electric. So we got to eat some healthy food so we can build up the electricity in our body, the negative ions. But electricity itself would not need a sandwich or a salad to build electricity. So what is the science behind? Do you see what I'm saying? Common sense would tell you that has nothing to do with what they're feeding themselves. You get a hint if you think about Anubis or Anpu being the god of decay, the one who prepares the Christ. Anyway, so the subject matter in the book, right? The main subject matter, we're going to talk about a lot of different things in this workbook. I'm going to try to talk about all of them today, right? But it's noon. And the simplification of the hieroglyphs for noon is right. That's the simplification. You do it all the way. You got the deity right there. And then you got the three, you got the three pots. But I'm a terrible artist, right? But what I want to talk about primarily is right there. The three wavy lines. Because the three wavy lines, I tried to make mine as close to identical as possible. But, they're not. I'm sure they look pretty close, though. They probably look pretty good. They're close to identical. Right? To the naked eye. They go up and down in the same spots. Right? But the thing is this. So here's the holy grail of biology, life science, right? The holy grail of life science is figuring out why it is that life, not just humans, we kind of the best at it, but not just humans, all living things. Why is it that the law of entropy in thermodynamics does not apply to living things? The law of entropy in thermodynamics basically says that entropy is king. Entropy is king. So all things, all inanimate objects are subject to entropy. Living things literally make a living by resisting entropy. resisting entropy. So what I'm saying specifically is that these three wavy lines do not represent what our current idea of chaos is. Because chaos is the textbook definition of entropy, or at least a part of the textbook definition of entropy. So literally having these waves that are identical, right? Identical waves does not demonstrate chaos. And even though you have different variations of the hieroglyph, all of them have the waves line up, they're identical, as if they just made one and then copied that over 3 times. So when you have identical waves, that's something totally different than chaos. That's actually highly ordered. So you're talking about structure, you're talking about harmony, and you're talking about frequency. You're talking about structure, harmony, frequency, harmony, structure. And that is how life breaks the laws of thermodynamics in terms of entropy and continuously moves to a high energy, low entropy state, as opposed to dispersing their energy and moving towards a high entropy state. Where you have a complete entropy state is death, right? So structure, harmony, and frequency is that recipe. Frequency, harmony, structure is that recipe. So that's what we're going to be arguing throughout the book. We're also going to talk about information processing and how information is created inside cells, right? Which depends on this structure. So we're going to get into that. And then we're also going to talk about something else that may be interesting to some of you people, not everybody, but some people are interested still in the food debate. Some people are still interested in the food debate. I'm one of those people. I'm always interested in new information on the food debate, right? And I think with what we have in this workbook, I think we've edged. I think we've taken it to a space that, with considering rigor mortis. When you bring rigor mortis into the food conversation, it changes the game, right? It changes the game. And so when we talk about information processing, we're going to talk about the reason why Black people have a stronger immune response. The reason is simple. We're more dense with pigments, right? We have more dense pigment concentration. So more dense pigment concentration means more information processing. More information processing, you're going to get a faster, stronger immune response. Because literally, that's what an immune response is. Taking information, studying information, reacting to information. The faster you're going to do that, the more aggressive the response is going to be. The more acuity your HLA system presents, the sharper and stronger the immune response is going to be, right? So we're going to talk about that, but we're going to talk about that from the basis of structure first. Like that's going to be the main thing, is structure of the cell, right? Then eventually we're going to get back to the astronomy, because there's a part of the astronomy book that I purposely left off. Like there's some stuff in the astronomy book where we talk about the link between the stars and like the math in the stars and the math in the body, but we kind of get explicit. Like we go in this book, right? Just to totally lay it out. Like, so I don't know when we'll get to that, but we're going to try to get through all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? The next 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe 2 hours, maybe 5 hours. We're going to try to get through this, right? But the premise is that we have overlooked noon. Starting with the emergence of a tune, which is the emergence of intelligence, the emergence of the first particle, the first life, the first piece of information, right? And so this is the basis of our argument, is the glyph itself, right? Then we're going to have a whole bunch of conversations that are kind of in and around it, and we might peruse into some other information. So just giving you a heads up, because, you know, we're still very much in the same pocket as we started out with Senator Alsobrook, RFK, and the round man, right? We're still in that pocket, right? But I've been able to talk through some of my emotions, right? I've been able to make some jokes at Roland Martin's expense and Senator Alsobrook's expense, right? So it's helped me to cope. It's helped me to cope with the high level of functioning illiteracy and ignorance that we're going to attempt to tackle, right? So drop those books right there. That's a good question, Kyle. We actually tackled that book in the comedic naturopathy book. So trust me, Neath is going to be a conversation at some point. Neath is definitely going to be a part of the conversation at some point. Yeah. Neath is going to be a recurring part of the conversation in more than one way, because I was just talking to Chase, and I'm not even sure if it comes up in this workbook or one of the other books. Anyway, we were talking about the arachnoid. You know, Spider-Man got a new series. It's like a cartoon series, like 25 minutes each episode or whatever. So the little ones was watching it. Then Chase started talking crazy to them. So me and Chase started going back. And I was like, no, you know, you have a web, you know, like, we got to talk about the web. We got to talk about the web. You know what I'm saying? Like, what web, Dad? I'm like, you have arachnoid matter in your brain and your spine. Yeah. So when you're doing them pull-ups, I was explaining to him, I was like, when you're doing them pull-ups that you've been doing, that's his thing now. He do his little pull-ups. He think he tough now. I'm like, when you're doing them pull-ups, you're also improving your potential for processing information. He said, so pull-ups make you smarter, Dad? I said, potentially. It improves your potential to process information. Doesn't necessarily make you smarter, because you have to exercise the potential. right? So you can definitely, you got plenty of people that are doing pull-ups that could do a zillion times more pull-ups than me, but they're dumb as bricks because they don't pull up any books, right? So they're wasting the intellectual potential they're building with their workouts. But absolutely, building your posture, especially working on the spine, improves your potential to process information through your arachnoid matter and a bunch of other things. But your arachnoid matter is definitely a big part of your potential intelligence. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we definitely, and Neath is a part of the web and the thread and the whole, you know, even Anansi. I used to talk about Anansi all the time. And then this goofball swagger jacker started running it so much on his channel that I just was like, I don't even want to just get it. You know what I'm saying? But no, we definitely going to get to Neath. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was the movie. That was definitely the movie. Shout out to King Simon in the building. Shout out to King Simon in the building. Balance it off. That's a fact. They hitting them workouts, but they ain't opening up no books. They gotta add some books to them regimens. So all right. So let's go. Let's just jump right into this ting this here. There are atoms in food arranged in compounds and molecules called chemicals. Sunlight, photosynthesis, energy stored as hydrated carbon through plant matter, which we call food. Energy from photosynthesis is not stored in elements, but in chemical bonds, i.e. in molecules and chemicals. At least, this is what the smart people are saying, right? Energy is stored in chemical bonds. The problem is these people will also tell you that I am wrong about light. They would tell you I am wrong until they are stealing and plagiarizing the drip. And this book is definitely one of them ones. The amount of heat energy stored in chemical bonds can be measured in the term calories. Calories began measuring fire and water, but it grew into something different because we can't tell heads from tails with food, right? You can search high and low, and you can't scientifically pin down the difference between dead animals and fresh food. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with the food debate. The problem with the food debate is we're in that Darwinian paradigm. So here's my biggest pet peeve, in case y'all don't know already. Here's my pet peeve. My pet peeve is electricity, magnetism, and light were left out of school. They were left out of school. So even all of the people that are teaching that the body is electric, they pretty much stuck. They're stuck saying the electron transport chain. And largely, that's something that I came into the community with about 20 years ago, early 2000s. I started saying that, and now it's everywhere. Oh, yeah, the body's definitely electric because electron transport chain. Prior to that, it was Dr. Sebi's lingo everybody was using. The body's electric because you have alkalines and bases, and alkaline and acid. And so alkaline, acid, acid, alkaline, and that's how you increase the body's electricity, right? So classical education, though, electricity, magnetism, light not taught. If you say the blood has iron in it, they're going to tell you that the iron in your blood is not magnetic. If you ask them about light in your cells, they're going to say there's no light in your cells. Your cells use ATP for energy. I had to really box and fight and box people into a corner to admit that your body does not run on electricity. It doesn't run on ATP even. Your body runs on light. You got to box these people into a corner. They're going to say, what you mean your body don't run on electricity? You got the food. When your body break down glucose, it's going into the electron transport chain. I'm like, okay. You do know the electron transport chains are inside mitochondria, which is a separate organism that has a symbiotic relationship with your cells. Your cells do not contain their own electron transport chain. That's number one. Number two, the electrons go to the mitochondria, not to you. You don't actually use electrons to recycle ATP. The mitochondria does, just like plants. You breathe out CO2, the plants breathe in CO2. They breathe out oxygen, you breathe in oxygen. That's a symbiotic relationship. So the mitochondria utilize the electrons and recycle ATP and then drop the ATP off into the cell. Now, we don't use ATP. We oxidize ATP, and when we oxidize ATP, it's called a exothermic reaction. Exothermic. You got to trap these people, corner them. Okay. So wait, what's exothermic mean? Exo means a outward release. Outward release. Thermic means heat. And you gotta go wait. So heat is what? You can't let them go nowhere. You gotta stay on them because they'll juke you. He's like, wait, heat is what? Primarily infrared light, but it's also other types of light. So we could just say light in general, but if you specify it and narrow it down, infrared light. So when we oxidize ATP, it's releasing light into the cell. And the light that's released into the cell is what your cells use for energy. I had to fight to get people to. It's important because we're dying from diabetes. Diabetes is an energy metabolism disease. There's no way we can figure out a solution to energy metabolism if we don't even understand what type of energy we metabolize. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyway, my pet peeve was that I just went off on a tangent. My pet peeve was that light, electricity, and magnetism was not taught about in terms of your body. So whereas a lot of people came into the game to do research to disprove some of the elders. I came in the game to try to prove some of the crazy stuff that I was listening to. Because like many of other people, I looked up to everybody. Delbert, Bobby, everybody. I was raised on everything. All forms of militant black. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. So light body this, chakra that. That's how now I'd be like, nope, that's fake. He's frauding. That's BS. That's not real. That's going to waste time and money, because I wasted my time and money trying to figure. So I know what, okay, that ain't it. That's not that. This ain't that. So I done jumped down all the rabbit holes. And now we have a strong scientific basis for what we're doing, right? So when you start to look at electricity, magnetism, and light, whenever they're in the same space, electricity plays the role of power, light plays the role of information, magnetism plays the role of information storage. Now, the thing is, all of them create the other ones. This is why this is our holy trinity. Because electric fields create magnetic fields, and alternating electric fields and magnetic fields create light. And anywhere you have anything that can absorb light, that light is going to then turn around and produce some electricity. That electricity is going to produce some magnetism. The electricity and magnetism is going to... They infinitely reinforce one another. They infinitely reinforce one another, which is how living systems are able to break the laws of thermodynamics and create high energy systems with low entropy. Because these three guys continue to create each other, right? And the only thing missing from here is the magic sauce, pun intended. Plasma is the magic sauce, because plasma is the liquid that carries the electricity. And because it's a flowing system of waves, those flowing waves with electricity in there is going to make magnetism, light, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So here's the thing about the food. Here's the food piece. Where the food piece comes in, and I know I mentioned rigor mortis, right? So we got to deal with rigor mortis. And I know we might have some meat-eating folks watching. It might get slightly perturbed, right? So here's the thing with rigor mortis, right? Rigor mortis is like wiping a hard drive. Rigor mortis is like wiping a hard drive. So at the moment of death, right? At the moment of death, you have an explosion like a dying star. At your moment of death, you have an explosion like a dying star. And all your muscles contract at the same time. And they stay contracted. Like you flexing in the mirror, but all your muscles everywhere. And what this does is totally deplete all of the ATP and creatine in your body. All of it. In fact, it lasts until it's all gone. Every single drop. And then you stay like that. You stay locked in the position. So this is where the body gets hard in rigor mortis. All your muscles contract, you burn off all the ATP you got, and your muscles stay like that. So technically, when they talk about death practices and transitions and resting in peace, it's really a thing, because naturally your body never rests. You stay frozen in a flex, so you can't rest. Your body is unrelaxed, right? Your body's unrelaxed. So this was a part of the embalming understanding. understanding rigor mortis, right? But now we're eating animals post rigor mortis. We're eating animals post rigor mortis, right? So there is no information there. There's no information in there. There's no information in there. The only information that could possibly be in there is whatever information the animal, like whatever that the death process was. That's the only thing that might be available there, right? So cooking helps to get rid of and clear any of that, right? Cooking helps to get rid of and clear any of that. But in terms of the plant side, right, this is what we're getting ready to go through is the thing that makes every single plant different. So even if you have a vine with a bunch of grapes on it, each one of those grapes is going to provide your body different nutrition levels. Even though these are all grapes on the same vine, they might all be purple, all be red, they might all grown at the same place, same time. They do not all have the exact same nutrition. They do not all have the same information, right? And so that's where this conversation is getting ready to go, to how cells, individual cells, create, process, and store information. And that's a part of our eating, right? That's not only a part of our eating, but that's a part of living cells in general. Whether it's a plant, an algae, a cat, dog, mouse, fish, frog, butterfly, doesn't matter, right? Slime, whatever, right? Single cell, doesn't matter, right? The ability to create, process, and store information is how we resist entropy. That is also a result of structure. It's a result of structure. It's a result of harmony. It's a result of frequency, right? So you're going to see me switch seats quite a bit because over here is my reading into the book seat. Yo, that's funny. I got a book with Pythagoras. But here's the reason. The reason why there's not more info on Pythagoras not existing is because there's not much info on him actually existing. Yeah. There's no info really that substantiates that there's no info on Pythagoras ever existing. So it's hard to prove that something that didn't exist. It's just a matter of clarifying to a lot of people that think that Pythagoras was a real person. Like, no, don't let them put the onus on you to prove that he didn't exist. Like, no. You prove to me that he actually existed. Demonstrate. Show me that one thing he's credited with didn't exist. Because the only thing that they have to substantiate Pythagoras' existence is the information that they attribute to him. So once you demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that all that information existed long before him, there's nothing else there left. There's nothing else there left. Yeah. All right, so we just talked about this. We might be moving through this a little faster than I thought. We might get through all this info because I'm talking a lot. Yeah, this is the full glyph for noon. Right? This is the full glyph. This is the full glyph. Yeah, so this is another conversation we gotta have. All right, let's park it right here. Yeah, let's park it right here. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting ready to say information, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's park it right here for a second. Standard food model. Electrons and protons make atoms. Atoms make compounds and molecules. Compounds and molecules make carbohydrates, fatty acids, and amino acids. Carbohydrates, fatty acids, and amino acids make nucleic acids, sugars, fats, and proteins. Nucleic acids, sugars, fats, and proteins make tissues, bones, glands, organs, etc. And then tissues, bones, glands, etc. make people. Right? That is the standard food model. That's not only the standard food model, that is the standard human model, the standard scientific model. Right? The problem is nowhere in this model is there any information. Nowhere in that model is there information. Right? Nowhere in that model is there information. In fact, you have to go to other places to figure out about the information part. Right? You got to go over here to two places. Right? One is the photoelectric effect. Right? The photoelectric effect. Is this blue marker too light? Let me see. Is this one darker? See, that's why I always be using the red, because the red be getting the job done. Let's see. Yes, I think the reds show up a little better. An atomic spectra. Man, these ones, we've seen better days too. Right? So the photoelectric effect and atomic spectra, this is where you got to go for information creation. Right? The photoelectric effect basically says any conductor absorbs light and releases electrons. Absorbs photons, releases electrons. So this is where I think it was Volta or Galvani, one of them, was creating electricity by just putting metals together, right? Just putting conductors together. The reason being is because we're in a sea of light. Whether it's visible light or not, it's still light all around us in every space. There's no space around us anywhere where light is absent. Even if our eyes can't pick it up, there's still light everywhere, right? And so conductors are constantly being bathed in photons of different wavelengths and converting those to electrons, right? That is the photoelectric effect. That is information being created, right? That is information being created. Crystals create information by converting pressure waves or mechanical waves into electrical digital signals. That's how crystals create information. So when you understand your bones are piezoelectric, you understand what? Your bones are creating information, right? But that's not a part of our normal biological discussion, which is problematic, right? Atomic spectra. Atomic spectra goes beyond the conversation of conductors, right? Atomic spectra goes beyond the conversation of conductors because atomic spectra says atoms are constantly absorbing photons and re-emitting photons. They're absorbing photons, re-emitting photons, right? It's not that the photons are bouncing off the atoms. The atoms are absorbing them and then re-emitting them. Now, our theory is based heavily on the behavior of charged particles in their relationship to photons, right? Now, here's what atomic spectra is. Now, protons and electrons both do this. Protons and electrons both do this. The only thing is, in an atom, right? In an atom, right? Your protons are in here, right? And your electrons are somewhere out here in the electron cloud. You know, you got your different valences, whatever, right? Now, here's what happens. A photon gets absorbed by an electron. When that happens, the electron vibrates up and down. It uses some of the energy from the incoming photon to vibrate up and down, and then re-releases the energy that's left over. This right here is new information. This is new information. The information carried by this photon tells the story of this interaction and this photon before this interaction. This photon, this interaction, that information is now carried here. This photon here is now going to hit a pigment somewhere, and that pigment is going to pull the information out of this photon and send that through your information processing network, right? So your nervous system, brain, etc. This is what pigment's always doing. Pulling the information out of light, right? We should know that by now. Like, that shouldn't be new, right? That shouldn't be new. We should know that already. Maybe the atomic spectra part might be, but we should know pigment absorbs photon, processes that light, changes that light, and then sends that through the body, right? If you don't know that that's happening anywhere else, you know that that happens in your eye, right? Which is how the eyes become a very important part of this conversation. You know that your eye is absorbing light and that light takes two paths. You have one path from your eyes leading to your hypothalamus, and then you have another path from your eyes leading to your optic center, right? So the path going to your hypothalamus is all information. That's getting ready to tell your body what's going on in the environment, you know, how to adjust the thermic this and produce these hormones and do this, that, and the other. That's where all the changes to match your environment, all that's coming through Your eyes, whoop, hypothalamus, boom. But it's not exactly eyes, right? It's the pigments that are located in the eye. And that's where we got to be more specific with the conversation, because one of the largest differences between Black folks and other groups of people is that we have more dense pigment. And the problem is people are so uneducated on the conversation that when they hear me say more dense pigment, they believe I'm saying more melanin. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying pigment, right? I'm saying pigment because your opsins largely are in your melanocytes. So the other types of pigments are in the melanocytes. So the more active your melanocytes are at producing melanin, the more active they are at producing the other pigments as well. So somebody dark like me, my skin is basically one big eyeball. So the same thing going on in my eye is going on in my skin, and the same for everyone, just at slower rates of processing the information, because you also have all those options present. Not so many, but they're in there. So we have to understand the photopsin, the rhodopsin that's in the eye is also spread throughout the skin for everybody. Different densities, different processing speed, but for everybody. So what does that mean? That means it's processing light the same way all throughout the body. This is why your skin has the most nerve endings than anywhere else in your body. Why? Because all those eye pigments are spread throughout your skin, and all that information, just like you have optic nerves, once the pigment translates that information, that has to go through the nerves to the brain. So this is why your mind only processes 60 bits per second, while the brain has the potential to process trillions of bits of information per second. Because the brain is going to process tons of information that never make it to your mind's eye. Because it's constantly being bathed and bombarded. This is why at night, when you're sleeping or supposed to be sleeping, you have a process called pruning. Because you can create neural networks for gobbledygook, neural networks that you don't need, which will take up processing speed that you actually need for things that you need to focus your mind on. That's why the art of mass distraction is a real thing. Your mind physically is incapable of focusing on everything. So if we can get you to focus on Drake and Kendrick, we can get you to focus on Drake and Kendrick or Snoop and Nelly, you will be just like Roland Martin and Senator Alsobrook. When someone is saying that, hey, we should be paying attention to the beta amyloid plaques like RFK, you're going to be saying, yeah, but Trump is a racist. And you're going to be strong with it too, but Trump is a racist. Yeah, but the beta amyloid plaque, I don't even know what that is, but I know for a fact Trump is a racist though. Got it. Got it. See, that's why as a healer, you have to be sworn to take care of everybody. Yeah, that's the oath. Yeah, you got to take care of everybody. Yeah. So anyway, when we deal with structure, and I'm trying to get through this early part as fast as possible, there's obviously always going to be more detail in the books, right? When we deal with structure, though. Now, here's the other part. The protons in the center of the nucleus. The protons interact with photons the exact same way. The only difference is the electrons kind of got a lot of freedom to move. The protons are locked in kind of, so they don't really have the freedom to move. But the protons do the same thing when they absorb photons. It causes them to move and then release the energy that's left over so they can get back to their resting state. Just like how your cells behave. When your cells get excited, right? Polarization, depolarization. Think about a nerve. Your nerve generates a potential. It releases that potential and then goes back to its resting state. Atoms do the same thing, kind of. Or rather, subatomic particles, electrons and protons do the same thing. The photon is going to generate their action potential. When the photon comes in contact with an electron or a proton, that's basically them getting charged up, and then they're going to have to move around. And see, the thing about nature is, this is why I started off saying that you don't need those long, complicated formulas, because nature doesn't work that way. Nature has motifs. It has ways that it works, and it uses that same program at multiple levels, right? So when you look at an atom, when an atom gets too much energy, it moves around to release that energy. When a cell gets too much energy, it moves around and releases that energy so it can go back to rest. When you look at a human, when a human gets sugared up, before they get sick, a healthy body, the first thing that happens is you start to moving. This is why little children in school, when they had that Frosty Flakes for breakfast and all that, that Frosty Flakes and all that, they on a time clock. That's a bomb. Yeah, when they get that Frosty Flakes, and you know they always want 2 bowls of Frosty Flakes and drink the milk, which is basically sugar water, right? They done had 2 bowls of Frosty Flakes. You done gave them $1 or $2, so they done stopped at the store to get an hour later and all that, or something else goofy, or Pop-Tart. That stuff got about 45 minutes till it hit the bloodstream. That's just enough time for them to get in class. So now when they get in class, they got to move around, touch somebody right there, throw something over there. It's not possible for them to sit still, because the sugar is going to activate their nerves, to activate their muscles to do what? Start moving to get rid of this excess sugar. We have to burn this sugar off. Now, the problem is it's set up. It's rigged, set up so that just when that sugar starts to wearing off, lunch break, go get you another dosage of sugar. Now, the traditional thinking is we're going to get you sugared up, and then we're going to let you run around, and that's going, recess. We're going to let you run around for a few minutes, and that should get rid of the sugar. And then, nope. No. The sugar they just ate, that ain't even hit their bloodstream. They're going to sit down and eat for 20 minutes, run around for 30 minutes, and by the time they get back to class, that 30, 45 minutes, well, that's what they needed for that sugar to hit that bloodstream. So now, anyway, the point is energy, movement, release of energy, rest. That's the blueprint that goes from charged particles to atoms to cells to whole organisms, right? Now, in an atom, electrons have their valences, protons are in the nucleus. When you get into a cell, though, right? When you get into a cell, it's different. When you get into a cell, it's different. So now you have, in a cell, it's different. And I know y'all been watching these guys on the internet, so I know y'all been hearing these terms a lot. Right? Y'all may not really fully understand them, but I know y'all been hearing them. Hydrophilic and hydrophobic. Right? Hydrophilic and hydrophobic. Hydrophilic and hydrophobic both work to create structure with water. Right? And hold up, but Gerald Pollack said, relax. Hydrophilic surfaces, right? Hydrophilic surfaces create water structure on it. Right? Hydrophilic surfaces immediately start the water molecules to separating themselves. So you have the negative charge lining up closest to the hydrophilic surface and the positive charges separating themselves furthest away from the hydrophilic surface. Right? So this is electrons, protons. Right? Electrons, protons. Now, a hydrophobic surface is going to repel water, right? It's going to repel water. Now, the thing about repelling water is that movement causes water molecules to disassociate. So now you don't have the same structure, but you do have mechanical waves. You have the water repelling from the hydrophobic surface. And any sort of movement that causes water to move and swirl, because water molecules themselves are polar. They're polar. That's going to start movement. Any movement of water disassociates water molecules, and that's going to lead to water swirling. Right? That's going to lead to water swirling. Now, if you're swirling in a pool, like say maybe it's in a glass tube, that may not lead to water structuring. In a cell, that's very different. In a living cell, that's very different, because in a living cell is going to be full of proteins. It's going to be full of proteins. Now, the big difference in this conversation between proteins and amino acids, and I know I feel like I'm erasing this too fast, just go by the book, right? But the difference between proteins and amino acids is proteins are always folded one way. Always folded one way. The hydrophobic ends of the amino acid are tucked inside the protein structure, and the hydrophilic parts are on the outside. So all protein structures are hydrophilic. All of them. Your cell is full of hydrophilic proteins. So that means there's constant structuring going on. Anything that's not in the cell, or anything that's in the cell that's not hydrophilic is hydrophobic, and that's going to cause them to move. When they move, they're going to disassociate, and they're also going to run into what? Proteins that are hydrophilic, which is going to cause them. Okay. Now, because the core of protein, these are folded amino acids, is hydrophobic, proteins have to be unfolded. A lot of proteins have to be unfolded to be utilized, right? When they get hydrated, they unfold, right? Or when ATP is present, water is able to unfold the proteins. Now, so here's the basic structure, though, right? You have your COO chains, and then you have your nitrogen and hydrogen side, right? So all of your amino structures is going to be based like this. You're going to have the negative side. You're going to have the positive side. You have negative side, positive side. So you're going to have three basic types of structuring inside the cell. You're going to have coherent domains, which are electron and proton pools. Then you're going to have structuring happen by hydrophilic surfaces, which is basically your battery formation, right? Your battery formation, when you think about a Duracell battery, right? Nothing outlasts the copper top. Well, In a battery, you have your negative charges, and then you have your positive charges. That's what a battery is. So when they're talking about, liquid battery, cell, blah, 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 this is what they're talking about. When you connect something to this, it starts the flow of current, right? Inside the battery, though, fully charged, everything is structured, compartmentalized, right? Inside a magnet, it's the same thing. Inside a magnet, say for instance, you got a magnet, right? Bar magnet, north end, south end. Inside that bar magnet, all of the atoms are aligned in the exact same direction. So structuring of atoms structures the electric charges in the atoms, and that creates magnetism. So everything at an atomic level and a subatomic level is based on structure. I hope I'm not losing too many people with this conversation, right? We're going to try to. Sometimes it can't always be for the people in the back. Sometimes the people in the back got to bring their butt to the front, so to speak. So my point, though, is you're going to have three basic types of structure in the cell. You're going to have pools of electrons and protons. Then you're going to have this type of structure where you have the electron. When I say pools, I mean circulating, swirling, right? Swirling pools. Then you're going to have standing, right? This is primarily what you have in the gel formation, right? You have this, and then you also have this, the checkerboard floor, Solomon's temple, right? You also have this. You also have water molecules line up with unfolding proteins where the negatives, the electrons, will line up like that, and the protons will line up like that. And they'll be a lot closer. So you'll have like alternating, you'll have alternating negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, like that, right? But you always have organization of charges in a living cell. You always have highly ordered charge. Now, here's the thing. When you have this type of structure, right, and you constantly have light being released, see, this is what they don't factor in. This is where we come in with Dr. Enqi string theory. It's Dr. Enqi string theory. You take any one line of these charges, right? Any one line of them. What happens when they start absorbing light? What happens when they start absorbing light? They're going to start moving around. Yeah, they're going to start moving around. They're going to have to vibrate a little bit and do what? Re-release that light. Just like atomic spectra, just like we just saw in an atom. That behavior between a photon and an electron, or a photon and a proton, is not exclusive to an atom. An atom is just holding the electron and the proton in a particular place. But once they're loose or in a different type of structure, they still interact the same. You know what I'm saying? An attracted man attracted to a woman will meet at a bar and do their thing, or they might meet at a bookstore and do their thing, or they could meet in the supermarket and do their thing. Right? Doesn't matter if they meet at a bar, or if they meet at a church, or if they meet in the supermarket. They still might hook up and do their thing, right? So what happens is, for me, and I kind of thought of this when I was talking to the children, so this is where I came up with the string theory part. It's easiest for me to, like, when we was talking, I ran through a whole bunch of stuff trying to make it make sense to them, and then it didn't make sense till I taught them about, till I told them about like a ribbon in the wind, right? A ribbon in the wind can just blow in an infinite number of ways. Right? Light is being absorbed. These rows of charged particles can move in an infinite number of ways. That infinite number of ways is going to produce an infinite amount of information. This is how our binary coding is able to produce the infinite amount of information that exists in our world. Because it's not a whole bunch of different inputs. It's a 1 and a 0. Well, it's a 1 and a 0. That's it. It's just a 1 and a 0, a true and a false. That's it. It's binary coding. But the binary coding produces an infinite amount of information. Why? Because the configuration or the way that the charges are stacked, right? The way they're stacked, the way they're shaped, the geometry they're in, right, determines their range of motion when they get excited. Their range of motion when they get excited, and that depends on the photons they're absorbing, right, is going to determine how they move, how they vibrate, and the information that they then release, that the pigment gets, the nerves, bop, 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 bop. Okay. I think that's going to make as much sense as it will make for first-time absorbance. Some people are going to get that right away. Some people are going to need to see that 5 or 10 times. Some people are going to probably need to see that 100 times. Okay, hold on. So inside the food, right? This is where we're at. We're in all living cells, but we're talking about food. We have to add in the fact that information is present. Information is present at all of these levels, and DNA has been exposed. DNA has been exposed like Lord Jamar. Right? Now it is common knowledge that Lord Jamar is not an intelligent black man. He is not even an intelligent man at all. We don't even need to use the black categorization. He's just not an intelligent man. Well, now that we know more about DNA, we know that DNA has all the information for what? Forming proteins. Forming proteins. But that's about it. That's about it. There's information somewhere else that's missing from the DNA. Okay, let me give you an example. My 2 feet face forward on my body, just like yours do, right? My 2 eyes are in front of my head, just like yours are. Nowhere in DNA is there any information on putting my 2 eyes right here. Technically, going strictly by DNA, I can have 1 eye right here, 1 eye on my hip. I can have 1 foot face backward, 1 foot face forward. And hopefully you don't think this is funny, because people are born like this every day. This is the reason why from the time you get pregnant, you need to go to the doctor, because the doctors don't know how to fix this stuff. The only thing they know how to do is watch the baby early on. Let's get the the sonogram and the let's look in there and see if everything is developing where it's supposed to be. They don't know how to fix that. But what the hope is, and what they normally do is, if there's deformities, they catch them early and tell mom, tell dad, hey, so baby only has one eye on the face and there's another eye on the neck. So we think it's going to be a stillborn, or we think this is a deformity that, you know, your child will have a very bad life, blah, blah, blah. You might want to try again, right? You might want to, like, let us go ahead and take care of this one, and then you guys get to work on trying again, right? Or maybe we can check your genes and check his genes and see if we can find any mutations that may have led to this, but this is where we are, right? It's just early detection so that you can have options to not bring that baby into the world. That's pretty much what they have for you, right? So because DNA does not contain arrangement information. DNA does not contain spatial information. DNA does not contain construction information. So I know you may, wait a minute. We know for sure that's wrong because DNA builds proteins all the time. Correct. But let's say you have a structure in your body that requires, let's say 20 proteins. That information is not in the DNA. Like taking those 20 proteins and then putting those 20 proteins together to form a tissue or gland or that's not in the DNA. That's not in the DNA. So at first, they thought all the information for making a body was in the DNA. Then they developed another theory when they realized that it wasn't in the DNA and said, so what happened is, so the information is not in one chromosome, it's spread out across a whole bunch of chromosomes. There's information that's operating that is not in the DNA. That's not up for debate anymore. So this is a part of the conversation that we address in workbook number 2 and workbook number 3. Every single cell, has to have memory of its own. Information outside of the entire body, just relevant to that cell. Which only makes sense if you understand that each cell is producing and storing its own information. When it shares information, that information doesn't leave the cell. It just also gets shared to the rest of the body, but it doesn't leave the cell. It's like, if I tell y'all something, when I tell you, it doesn't left my brain. Like, I still remember it also. So if I say, hey, 3 times 7 is 21. It's not like as soon as I told you 3 times 7 is 21, it left my brain and then went in yours. No. Now I know 3 times 7 is 21. You know 3 times 7 is 21. And then if you go tell somebody else, now you know, and then they know. Like, it doesn't disappear. It doesn't disappear. Right? This is why the brain has to have the ability to process trillions of bits of information per second. That never, ever comes into your mind. Because there are so many bits of information that your body's processing that is not relevant to your mind. It is only relevant to the cells at that place. There is a lot more cellular data coming into the body that is not relevant for your mind. This is why the mind has its processing speed, and the brain and the nervous system has a much larger information processing speed. Right? So there's a lot of information that's not there, and this becomes a part of the greater conversation. Right? The greater conversation. When we talk about the environment influencing cellular development, how does it do that? The information. What? Coach?
So that you're ready.
Good.
Also,
huh?
Pot of sea moss.
You put a pot of sea moss on? All right. Oh, so you try to say that. So if I say, yeah, you funny. All right.
Walk with me.
Gotcha. Pot of sea moss is on. So yeah, I was waiting for this. In case you waiting for an order from Dr. Enqi. Or it must not be on this phone. But I was waiting for Uline to make a delivery. So Uline pulled up on us the other day, and now we cooking. Pot of sea moss is on the stove. All right. So anyway, each individual cell has its own electricity it's producing. It has its own pigments, has its own light, has its own magnetic field. That information is only relevant to that cell. It is a little bit less relevant, but more relevant to the cells of its kind. So this is why there is a information sharing system outside of the nervous system, outside of pigments. And this is where gap junctions come into play. This is where gap junctions come into play. Gap junctions are binding sites between cells of the same type, so that there's almost an instant transfer of information in a specific tissue. So all liver cells have gap junctions that binds them together. So information created in one liver cell immediately gets shared to all the other liver cells before it gets routed to the brain, so your brain knows what's going on and woo, woo, woo. It immediately goes a whole nother way. So your nerves and all that, that's one thing. This is a whole nother information traveling system. And this is so that birds of a feather can flock together. So all the liver cells are linked through gap junctions, the lung cells, the heart cells, this, that, and the other. All like cells are linked through gap junctions together only with each other. So they can all share information like this. Right? Because information is constantly being generated inside each individual cell. And that information is what the core basis of nutrition actually is. Some of that information over the years we have figured out and decoded, and we've decided, oh, okay, so whatever this is that increases our eyes to be able to see at night, yeah, we need to keep on having that. Okay, that's vitamin A. The information that we're getting from some of these foods that allows us to stop bleeding, yeah, we need that. What is that? That stops our tissues from coming apart and bleeding. Oh, vitamin C? Okay, good. We need to keep having vitamin C so we don't bleed. Well, what is this stuff inside the food that makes it so that, our bones can be straight? Oh, well, that's not in the food. That's in the sunlight. Well, what is that? Vitamin D. Well, we need to keep getting some of that. Is there a way we can get that into the food? So that way, when we're not outside, we can still have that. Somehow we can find a way to store that up. Yeah, that's called vitamin D. There are things that we're discovering all the time. This is why I told y'all, go get the Beer and Bitters book. Because in the Beer and Bitters book, they talk about what? or we talk about rather, T2R receptors. T2R receptors are the bitter receptors you have all throughout your body. Just like they discovered the CB receptors, cannabinoid 1, cannabinoid 2. Many people are still thinking that these receptors are for marijuana. They're not. Your body produces cannabinoids from omega-3s. So this is why everybody's saying you need omega-3s, you need omega-3s, you know omega-3s. That's because your body needs to produce cannabinoids. So when you have the right ratio of omega-3 to omega-6, your body converts those into cannabinoids. Those are the things that your cannabinoid receptors work through. Right? T2R receptors, bitters. In the future, these are going to be straight new. Well, here's the only thing that's going to stop these from becoming household names like a vitamin A, B, C, D, or E. Profiteering. It's way better to dump. If you notice, this came out, cannabinoid receptors, the information circulated real heavy, and then it got real quiet. It got real quiet. Why? Because the less the information circulates, the less people understand what this is, the more people become dependent. And big companies were investing in CBD oil and different types of THC oils and different types of. So no, let's keep this as a treatment that we can prescribe and get big money off. If we talk too much about this, everybody will be selling, various things, and then it's going to water down the market, and people won't be interested in buying a $75 bottle of CBD oil when they can go get themselves a $15 bottle of omega-3s that's probably 4 times the size of the CBD. What? Yep. You can go get you some magnesium and some omega-3s, and you will have all the CB1 and CB2 activation that you ever need. Magnesium, omega-3s. T2R receptors. Now, this right here is fighting heart disease, metabolic disease, and a whole bunch of other things. As long as there's just little individual people selling bitters, hint, hint, wink, wink, AmericanHealer.website. Right? Go to the website. Hit the cash out. But as long as there's little people selling the bitters and people don't really understand the bitters, we good. We're going to still get our heart disease money. We're going to still get our high cholesterol money. Like, people don't understand, so we're going to still profiteer from the ignorance. But once you find receptors, then you know that these are required daily. You need a required transmission of information daily from these things. Which is the same thing like when we get into pigments, right? Now hold up. Before we go there, now y'all should remember we spent a lot of time discussing Max Kleber, right? Max Kleber is the guy who said that there's a 15 to 25% of your body's energy is missing. And we spent a lot of time with that, and we came up with the enqi cycle, and we proved where the missing energy is coming from. Okay. Gilbert Ling, even though you hear him talk a lot about structured water, he didn't really talk about structured water. The people that are using his research are talking about structured water. Gilbert Ling was using a different term called protoplasm. That's the term that, Ernest Everett was using, and that's what the old school players was, that's what the old school players was talking about, protoplasm. They were basically talking about the same thing, right? But different terminology sometimes has different contexts and different nuanced information that you may not miss anything big, but if you're trying to understand it, those little nuggets they may make all the difference, right? But one of the things that made Gilbert Ling's research important was that he took the Max Kleber concept to another level. And so why it's important for us to discuss it is because the primary production for electricity in cells is ion channels, right? Gap junctions are a type of ion channel, right? So right now, and that becomes primary production for magnetism and light in cell, right? So cells have a resting potential, positive ions, a negative resting potential, whether that's -50, -70, -90 millivolts. It's all negative. Positive electrolytes flood into the cell, sodium, potassium, and they raise the charge. So now they're building a charge. They'll take it from -70 to positive whatever. So there's extra energy that has to be released. And then the cell comes back down to its resting potential. That extra energy released is how you build up an electric current. Your nerves and neurons do it all the time, right? Ion channel. So that's where the ion channels become important. What Gilbert Ling put on wax, basically, he showed that most of the important, specifically like the sodium potassium pump, it's not powered fully by ATP. It's not fully powered by ATP. So there has to be another power source, right? So now that's old school. Catch you up now, we know that electron pools are doing different things inside the cells. And we know that the newer conversation is that proton pools are doing different things inside the cell, right? And we've been talking about that for a while, right? Remember, okay, 5 hours. I think I might be beating y'all. I might be beating y'all in the submission. I know some of y'all losing attention span, so we're gonna speed up. It's a lot of information in the book. There's a lot of information in the book. It's a small book. This workbook number 5 is a small book, but it got a lot of stuff in there you need, right? Yo, how did a potato chip? Yo, a potato chip just what? See, this is how you find evidence that somebody's in your office. I told y'all I had to run down on these children over my markers. So now all of a sudden, all right. So anyway, we've been having this conversation, right? All right, we've been having this conversation. Right? We've been having this conversation about electron transport chain. And they're actually creating some language now. So the same way you have this word that we all know, we all familiar with, electricity, they're now coming up with the equal and opposite word, protonicity, right? And protonicity is basically the same thing as electricity. Electricity is basically a flow of electrons. Protonicity is a flow of protons. They're just creating a language for it, right? And this is when I began to realize we had to continue to develop the conversation. When we started to base the body being electric strictly around the electron transport chain, right? One of the challenges is electrons don't recycle ATP. So when people are telling you that, they're not telling you the complete information. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I'm going to explain to you how it works for the 6,000th time, right? Here's cytochrome 1. Well, these are all cytochromes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5 is the pump. This is the enzyme. This is the ATPase thingamajigger. This is the machine. This is where the ATP recycling happens at, right? So here you have cytochrome 1 and cytochrome 2. So when you have fatty foods, right? Fats, they go to cytochrome 1. When you have sugar, they go to cytochrome 2, right? Not the actual food, but the electrons. The electrons from the foods, they go to cytochrome 1 and 2. Now, you have a messenger. The messenger is picking up the electrons here, picking up the electrons here, and dumping them off right here. Like this, like the manager's stash house. So these is workers, right? These is workers. And this guy right here is the runner. They coming to pick that bread up, right? And drop it off at the stash house. So if you work in a retail store, at the end of the night, you know, you got to do the drop. Or your manager has to do the drop, the bank drop, right? So cytochrome. That's the dog sounding crazy. So my dog is getting a little bigger. So from cytochrome 3, right? Then you got another guy, another delivery guy that's going to drop them off here. Cytochrome 4 makes water. Cytochrome 5 makes ATP. All right, cool. Got it. That's overall overview. Here's the thing. Every time electrons are present inside these cytochromes, protons move through the cytochrome over here. Protons move through here. So electrons go here, protons go here, and they pull up on this other side. Electrons here, they keep doing this till they pull up over here. When they pull up over here, I done made this upside down. When the protons pull up out here, you have protonicity. You have a flow of protons that moves through this motor. This motor unit has 12 chambers. This motor unit has 12 chambers where protons go in it. 12, just like your clock. 12, just like the months of a year. It has 12 units for protons to go in it, right? That causes the motor to spin. you have a stalk. That's what this here is called, the arm. The arm or the stalk connects to 3 heads. These 3 heads is where the magic happens. The movement of this motor causes these 3 heads to rotate 120 degrees. Every time they move 120 degrees, ATP gets recycled. So what do you have down here? You have the number 12. You have 3 heads. You have 120 degrees. Right? Now, if we get rid of everything else here, and we just deal with cytochrome 5. We just deal with cytochrome 5. Right? What do you have here? You have 12 protons creating a cycle of 3 cycling heads moving at 120 degrees, producing your ATP. That's producing your ATP. Right? Now, where does this information come from? This information comes from what? The stars, correct? So the calendar is 12 months broken into 3 seasons of 120 days centered around harvest, or fruit, which is the same as ATP. Now we can take this math even further. We can take this math even further, right? We can take this math even further because I can say that the fruit and vegetables, right? The glucose molecule is made of 6 atoms of carbon 12 with magnesium. Magnesium is the 12th atom, right? So I could keep going further and further with the math to show you how the information from the stars that's in the food goes into the cells and then builds the cells based on the stellar alignments. I want you to, all that talking we was doing, I know a lot of that was going, might have went over your head. Simplifying now. The Necharu, the creative forces of the universe, goes into the food. Right? The energy from the stars, the energy from the earth, the energy from the soil, and all those different things goes into the food. That's information. Remember that light is 2 different things. It's power, but it's also information. So the information that I just outlined that's missing from your DNA is stored in your cells, but before it gets into your cells, it's in the food. Which is the reason why the measurements of the body are in alignment with the stars. You might need the book. If this is too much of this going over your head, just get the book. Get the book anyway, but you might need the book. I know some of y'all like, oh my goodness. What? Yeah, okay, let's keep going. realize that I'm skipping stuff too that probably will help you understand this a lot easier. But I know we've been going for 5 hours and attention spans is like, go get something sugary. Go get something sugary. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, okay, so this is kind of why this is relevant. This is kind of why this is relevant, where we go through all of the different active light waves and how your body processes the information, so you can understand the purpose of your body having. Let me see if I can move this so I don't have to go off camera. Let's set you up right there. Ooh, this is better. Even though this is a side profile. Yo, my nose look way bigger. Yo, my nose just got like way bigger from the side. I could literally smell your apartment from here. Yo, that's crazy. Nostradamus. Okay, hold on. So we skipping a lot of skippings. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. We skipping a lot of skippings. Okay, hold up. Now it's starting. Now we right here. What time is it? 5:40? Yo, we might be late for prayer. We're going right through prayer. So just, you got to make up an extra prayer. That's all. You just got to make up an extra prayer. That's all. We late for 6 o'clock. Sometimes life happens. You got to pray later on. So we might skip 6 o'clock prayer, and we got to keep this going. Yeah, because I know some of y'all struggling right now. Like, yo, Doc, this is too much. But we got to get this information, right? So let me just, before I go on, let me go back to this real quick and just help. Hopefully this helps to make sense of, right? So when we talk about, when we talk about the different pigments, going back to the conversation from earlier, right? Going back to RFK, going back to the articles, going back to the different immune function and blah, 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 blah. We are in a pool, a sea of energy and information, because we have different densities of tools in our bodies to process that information. Our response to external stimuli is going to be different. It's going to be faster, it's going to be slower, it's going to be stronger, it's going to be weaker. In some instances, a slower, weaker response will have an advantage. In some instances, a faster, stronger response will have an advantage, right? Yeah. So it's just speed of information processing that we have to understand. Speed of information processing is what we have to understand. And the part about food is dead animals are not carrying information at all. This is why dead animals do not increase your immune system's ability to function. Plants do, because plants have lots of information. Some of that information is about the viruses and the bacteria and the fungi from their environment. So when they communicate that information to your body now has preset information on deck waiting. So should homeboy pull up, it's like a bully in the neighborhood. And you know, you might come to a new school and you might get cool with somebody and they like, yo, stay away from homeboy right there. Because if he roll up on you, he gonna try to tap your pockets and do like this. So if he start talking to you, you might as well go ahead and get into whatever you know how to get into, because he gonna talk to you for a few minutes and then he gonna be trying to tap your pocket and he might sucker punch you. So be ready. Be ready. He gonna test you. It's kind of like that. Plants might hit. Listen, these bacteria pulled up on me, and yeah, I had to hit them with. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, if your body should happen to be, if you should happen to encounter one of these bullies, listen, you're gonna have to do this and this and this, because this may not work. So here's the weakness, here's the strength, here's the blueprint. Figure it out. Right? Don't use monocytes, use macrophages. Don't use macrophages, use the T cell. Don't use, whatever. Right? Okay. They need to wake up and get that oxygen flowing. It's all right. Because I know we be doing a lot. And, so for some of y'all that's reading everything, y'all with me, like, hold up, enqi. No, we getting this. Don't stop this. This is, you cooking right now. Sometimes we gotta, can't continuously cook. Sometimes the pot has to be done. Right? Sometimes the food gotta come off the stove and you gotta eat. Right? So here's something you can do. Right? Here are articles. If you get the book, obviously they'll be in the book for you. If you get the book, obviously they'll be in the book for you, but you can go ahead and grab that. Okay, now I want to move down here to these articles. All right. I want to move down here to these articles. Slightly, we're going to take a slight twist, but we're getting ready to come back to that information. So just hold on for a second. We were getting ready to downshift gear so that we could speed up into hyperspeed in a second again. We're getting ready to slow down again, then we're going to speed up. So here's an article, a very important article. Remember, I told you we was getting ready to go crazy with the microscope and the telescope conversation. This is that part of the video. The first known lenses originating in Egypt about 4,600 years ago. The first known lenses originating in Egypt about 4,600 years ago. So now it's over. Remember, I showed you the blueprint. Remember, I just showed you the hieroglyph and I said, look, this is this and this is that. Then people challenged it. And so I came back in the next book and was like, okay, well, here's the blueprint of what a microscope looks like. Here's a microscope blueprint. Here's what they left you in the hieroglyphs. For the most part, people was like, okay, that's conclusive. That's grand opening, grand closing. But then you still had the trolls. I still have people that watch consistently that are just waiting for openings. They're just watching consistently, waiting for openings. Like, listen, y'all need to start sending in cash apps, respectfully. Even if y'all are praying on my downfall, in the meantime, you need to send a cash app like in the meantime. You ain't got to like the video. You ain't got to subscribe, but you need to go ahead and send that cash app in the meantime, because you watching a whole lot of, you spending a lot of hours watching this. So in the meantime, till you find your way to KO Dr. Enqi, you need to hit the cash app. Just saying. This right here is ugly. In fact, you might even want to tune out, because this might make you vomit. If you a hater, you about to be sick. You might want this. You might want to tune off here. Don't watch this. This is X-rated for you. If you hating this, you don't watch this here. Okay, if you pro Roland Martin or Brother Reggie, don't watch this. This ain't for you. This is gonna be bad. So let's look away. Just go watch some Lakers highlights or something. Tune into Hassan Campbell or one of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go watch some frivolous and fruitless. This is nasty work right here. First known lenses originating in Egypt about 4,600 years ago. This is an article you could look up. The first lenses circa the 5th dynasties of the Old Kingdom Egypt. These lenses are found in the Louvre Museum in Paris and the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Okay, so now it's over. Now the conversation's officially over now. No, listen. It's over now. We have the blueprint for the microscope, and now we actually have the lenses. The conversation's over. There's no such thing as they didn't know about cells. There's no such thing as how did they know about Sirius being a multi-star system. All them questions is over. Not only do we have the blueprint of the microscope, we actually have the lenses in museums. So now that the lenses are in museums, I have to ask once again, these comedic scholars of yours that you're paying to go on museum tours with these guys, how did they forget? How did they forget these exhibits? It's very interesting. The first lenses, circa 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. These lenses are found in the Louvre Museum in Paris and the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Yeah. Y'all done been to Kemet 6,758 times. Y'all was supposed to see them lenses and come back and break down the anatomy of the eye and the brain and tell all the people that Kemet had microscopes, so they pioneered microbiology, biology, biochemistry. What happened? They were components of extraordinary eye constructs in statues which had unique qualities. Namely, the eyes appear to follow the viewer as he or she rotates around the statues in any direction. Hold on. Nah, this is victory lap time. So we're gonna take our time with this. We're gonna take our time with this. That's why I said we're gonna have to postpone prayer. We postponing prayer for this. You mean to tell me they made statues with living eyes? What? You mean to tell me they made statues with living eyes? So when I come see the statue, I can make eye contact with the statue no matter where I'm standing at in front of the statue. And when I start walking around, they created the eyes in such a way that it'll look like the eye is following me wherever I'm going. So they literally created statues with all-seeing eyes. What? Yo, I need y'all to understand. The eyeball is the most complex. The eyeball is the most complex anatomical structure in the human body. To reproduce it, yo, do you know what kind of work you got to do to reproduce a eye? Bro, giving y'all the articles so y'all can go get this. This effect can be photographed and reproduced 2620 BC to 2400 BC, 4620, 4400 before present. These appeared mainly during the 4th dynasty, and optically, this effect has been modeled here. The lenses were ground from high-quality rock crystal, a form of quartz. Each had a convex and highly polished corneal surface. Thus, in a sense, these were multifocal lenses. Multifocal lenses, meaning these lenses could do what? What can a multifocal lens do? Let me show you. What can a multifocal lens do? Yeah. This is a multifocal lens. It could zoom in and it could zoom out. It could zoom in and it could zoom out. The iris aperture may or may not have been open to a substantial posterior vitreous cavity formed largely by curved copper plates which extended forward to create the lid structures of these eyes. Were these a form of schematic eyes? Okay, so hold on. The copper plates means that they understood the RPE, the retinal pigmented epithelial layer in the back of the eye where light is changed into information. That's where all the pigment is. Remember, it's copper enzymes that makes the pigment. So this means they understood. And you ain't understand that. Shut up. 10 minutes ago, they ain't have no convex lenses in Kemet. Now they got convex lenses. They getting ready to move the goalpost. Nah. It's a wrap. Could such fine quality and complex lenses be the first lenses? Clearly, the observer was intended to look at these eyes and follow their apparent movements. The total structure of these eyes indicated an advanced understanding of ocular anatomy and a surprising knowledge of optics. There are many questions. Here is another article. Duplication of unique optical effects of ancient Egyptian lenses. Now, these two articles are small articles, right? These two articles are small articles, right? But there's a larger article, and I'm about to find it for y'all real quick. Chill. I'm about to find this joint. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. Okay, bang. Okay. Now, here's the full article that nobody really wants to put this work around. Nobody wants this work to circulate. This is nasty work right here. This is nasty work right here. The School of Optometry, University of California at Berkeley. Some institute in France. The Louvre Museum. Berkeley. Like, this is not, this is not fly by night here. This is not fly by night here. Right? So this is the full article. This is the full article. So that way you can go ahead and grab this and go through this on your own time. Right? Now, we got to look at a few more parts of this. The outstanding lenses are complex, made of fine quality rock crystal, either crystalline quartz or fused quartz, described today respectively as alpha silica and fused silica. Because of their complexity, okay, make sure y'all can see. Because of their complexity, unique applications and quality, it seems doubtful these were the first lenses. This is an effort to characterize better these lenses optically in order to define their properties and optics, to measure the eye-following illusion built into the design, and to consider their relationship to the associated eye-like structure. Really a form of schematic eye. So basically, these are a blueprint of the eyes. Here we address these matters in a unique reserve eye at the Louvre, and it gives you the display. So if you want to contact the Louvre or see whatever, you have the display information. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. All right. There are no known direct precursors of these extraordinary Egyptian lenses considered in these studies. However, there are statues with orbital structures obviously meant for inlaid eyes, which might have held precursor to the lenses and eye structures considered here as early as the first dynasty of the Archaic period in Egypt. Such statues not currently containing lens structures are described in a number of sources and are located in the Berlin Munich, Lucerne, and Second Dynasty. Okay, these are some places where they're located. All right. It will be interesting to compare the orbital structures, peg holes, copper liners, etc. in these earlier statues with later structures where the lens units are missing and may have contained the lens structures. Such statues and heads from the 4th dynasty are to be found in Vienna, Munich, and Leipzig. The groups of statues containing eyes and lens structures had deeper eye sockets than usual, had copper lid and orbital liners, and a number of them had peg holders to hold eye structures in place. Thus, it is not clear when the structures described first appeared. Those containing the lens elements extant in eye structures are sometimes termed composite eye structures. These are remarkably complex in design and have fine optical features, including convex and concave lenses. That's it. That's all you need for microscopes and telescopes. And contact lenses and glasses and binoculars and everything else. They have convex and concave lens surfaces as well as an associated unique illusion, and they are of quite reasonable optical quality. Figure 1 is a schematic drawing of a cross-section of the lens complex in Le Louvre reserve eye. In figure 2, we see details of the reserve eye considered in this paper. Collectively, these lenses represent an unusual form of multifocal, but not for visual correction. Can these rather sophisticated lens units be the first lenses? Were these lenses indigenous to Egypt, or were critical skills and techniques imported via trade or war? These questions were posed to JME at the Egyptian Museum a few years ago by my trad. Egyptians did acquire very considerable abilities to work hard stone objects during the Archaic period. The latter was called to my attention by JME, by C. Redmond and Keller of Berkeley. All known surviving examples of these early lens units are located at the Louvre in Paris and the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. There is a small head of a statue at the Egyptisches Museum in Leipzig, believed to have been in this group. It was constructed during the 4th Egyptian dynasty. It was found without the lens inserts in the eyes in Giza, near the door of the Valley Temple of Khafre. Okay, so just so y'all can understand as I'm reading through here, when they find the statues without the lenses, that means those lenses were stolen. Just so we can, I know there's some folks all the way in the back that might need help. When they find the statues with the eyes but not the lens, that means the lens was stolen. And that's what you do when you want to take them somewhere and analyze them and study them and write up papers about it, right? And then write up papers and then say, look, we invented something. We have the first paperwork on it. Yeah, nobody invented this before us because, look, we have written something about it. Especially if you think that that statue that you found is the only one of its kind. So when you steal those, you don't think that anyone else is going to find another statue with intact ones in there. Oh, the blood clotting this. The existing lens units are integral parts of funerary statues created during the Old Kingdom of Egypt. A number of the compound eye structures are associated with Ka statues, which were designed to capture the essence of the individual represented. The lenses are part of schematic-like eye. You see, they keep saying schematics, right? You see, they keep saying schematics. Look. This is what the eyes look like up close. This is what the eyes look like up close. This is the schematics. This is what they look like up close. You see that? You ain't never seen nothing like this. You ain't never, ever, never, ever, never, ever, never, ever, never, ever. Get on my level. What? Get on my level. What? So, to King Simon's question earlier, this paper right here, what I'm showing, could easily go into the file of proof that Pythagoras never existed. I don't know if he's still watching, but this could easily go into that file. Because there is no math. There is no math anywhere in Greece or Rome, even in plagiarized material, for this level of sophisticated, to demonstrate this level of sophistication in terms of not only knowledge of the body, right? But it goes further because they put blue in the eyes. So if you understand the blue means these lenses are for sky watching. One of the highest titles that a priest in the Kemetic sciences could attain is the Great Observer. The Great Observer. So the priest, the scribes were watching the sky, taking down the measurements so they could understand what's going on here. That information from the stars they understood went into the food. That information from the food went into their body from the earliest of time periods. It's not just like just in your life, you want nutrition so you can have better sex or lift weights or run fast or whatever. No. This is the divine, this is the Necheru, this is the gods. So they're learning the blueprint of the human body based on the blueprint of the stars. I want y'all to understand this. And then they're creating blueprints. But if you notice, in order to create these blueprints, they have to have advanced understanding. Understanding has to be at another level, right? The understanding has to be at another level. And let me do this, and we'll come back to this joint. We'll come back, right? Because I know attention span's getting crazy, right? So let me just show you what I mean. Let me just show you what I mean. All this is in the book. All right. So let's go through some of these things here. Okay, let's go through some of these things. Okay, so in order for them to practice at this level, in order for them to play the game at this level, that means they had to have an advanced understanding of the number 12. Okay. An advanced understanding of the number 12, right? We know glucose is a 6-carbon-12 chain, right? Formed from photosynthesis, which is magnesium, 12th atom. We also know in order to metabolize glucose, that magnesium has to be present also at the cell. So it's not only that magnesium has to be in the pigment in order to perform photosynthesis to hydrate these carbon chains, right? To hydrate carbon 12, magnesium, the 12th atom, has to be present to hydrate carbon 12. Carbon is the number 6 atom. You have 6 of these number 6s. You have 6 number 6s of carbon 12, which makes a glucose. Magnesium number 12 forms that, right? Okay. All right. I want y'all to get this because I need to bring y'all back. I got to bring y'all back to the sublime mathematics of diabetic arithmetic. Y'all thought we was done with that. See, what happens is it's so much information that I got to keep going and going and going and going. And I'm telling y'all to get the book. Y'all probably not reading and studying like y'all supposed to be doing. But we're not going into different spaces. We're building a pyramid. We're building a pyramid. It's a lot of bricks to build a pyramid. It's a lot of books that's going to take to build this pyramid. But these are not like separate. They're built one on top of another, right? They're built one on top of another. So here, right? The number 12, right? You start with the basics, right? You divide the year into 12 months. Right? The 12 months is divided into 3 seasons of 120 days. Right? 3 seasons of 120 days. That gives us 4 months, 4 30-day months, which leaves us 5 leftover days. The epigomenal days was dedicated to Jehudi, right? So here, right here, is where your 3, 4, 5 triangle originally comes from, the stars, right? Now, this number 12, remember that this number 12 is also the limit for information processing in your eye before what you're looking at becomes, before it has motion, right? 12 frames per second. That's the frequency, 12 per second. 12 hertz is the frequency for still images. So in order for you to see movement, it has to move faster. You have to receive the pulses from this still image faster than 12 hertz per second. So at 13 hertz per second, your mind processes motion instead of a still frame. This is where you get the flip comic book things, where you could draw the pictures and then you flip the comic pages and then it looks like the comic is moving, even though you know those are individual pages. It's because when you flip them, they're moving faster than 12 frames per second. So 12 frames per second is where you go from still to moving. Number 12. Right? And why that's important is because we're getting this information observing celestial bodies, right, in 12-month cycles. So 12 plays a crucial role in a lot of different places. So this is why you see it even in the nutrition. Six chains of carbon 12. Photosynthesis takes place because inside the porphyrin, which is the type of pigment that you have to have, you know, and then you put the magnesium in there. Now you can do photosynthesis. You take out the magnesium, you stick some iron in there, and then that's how you circulate your oxygen, right? That's number 12, right? Okay. I just want you to get this, right? I just want you to get this. I just want you to see how this goes, right? because it'll start getting crazy, right? It's a lot of stuff in this book. We got to skip some of this stuff, but I'm trying to give y'all some of this fun stuff as we close out because this is important. I want y'all to see how the information from the stars and the earth goes into the food, and this becomes the blueprint that the cells use to design your body. You got to understand this. This is why the information is not in the DNA, because the information lives in the magnetic field of the individual cells. Right? And how you know that, how do you get to know the gods, is through number. This is why geometry is so important. Right? This is why geometry is so important, because the number and the shapes is how we get to know the Neteru. Because the Neteru, literally, God designed your body. So as you get to know the body and the animating forces of the body, you're getting to know your God. You're getting to know your creator. So your creator is not unknowable. Your creator wants to do one thing more than anything else ever, is get to know you and you to get to know him. Okay. All right. So let's go to the eyes now. Right? Let's go to the eyes. Now, let's fill in a little bit more here. You got 12 months in a year. What else you got? 12 hours daytime, 12 hours nighttime, right? 24 hour, right? So now let's go to the eye. And when you go to the eye, you have what? You have a sclera, correct? You have the sclera. The sclera has what? The sclera has a 24 millimeter diameter. So your sclera is 24 millimeter diameter. You got a 24-hour day. You have a 24 millimeter sclera to observe the 24-hour day. It's going to sink in. It's going to sink in. Don't worry about it. It's going to sink in. It's going to sink in. The cornea, right? The cornea has a 12 millimeter diameter. 12 hours in a day, 12 all over. The cornea diameter, on average, 12 millimeters. It could be any number, but it's these, on average. Remember, all humans slightly different. I want you to see these numbers, though. Right? I want you to see these numbers. The cornea is 0.60 millimeters thick. Remember, the motor of the ATPase pump is a F0. F0 is what? F is the sixth letter. So F0 is a 60. Our solar system has a 60-degree angle tilt to it. When you hold on. We just gonna work. It's all right. We gonna work. We gonna work. The iris. The iris has a 12 millimeter diameter. Your iris. Behind the iris, you have a convex lens in your eye. It's called the crystalline lens. It's called the crystalline lens. The crystalline lens is 9 millimeter diameter and 3 millimeters thick. I want you to see these numbers. They constantly repeat. Remember, your 3, 4, 5 triangle has a 90-degree angle. Your 3, 4, 5 triangle has a 90-degree angle. So never forget that's there. I just want you to see this work. Right? The retina also has a diameter of 24 millimeters. These same astronomical numbers from observing the sky, these are the same measurements in your body. I just want you to understand this. It's the same measurements, the same numbers in the food. This is why we had to break down and talk about information, because I need you to understand what the information is doing. So we did a lot of information today, pun intended, right? We talked about where the information came from, the information process, and we even went to the core of why different groups of people have different types of immune systems and metabolisms, because they have different information processing speeds. We talked about the FO motor, right? The FO motor that makes the ATP. How many proton units does it have in order to turn on? 12. We talked about carbon 12. Magnesium is 12. We can get rid of all this. Hold on, let's get rid of all this. We can get rid of all this. Y'all don't need this anyway. Y'all get in the books. Right? Listen, y'all don't need this. It's in the books. Y'all don't need that. It's in the books. Right? Enqi, how you erase it? Look. $12 months. Right, let's just do this. Right. 3 times 4 times 5 is 60. 3 plus 4 plus 5 is 12. Right? So it really doesn't matter which direction we go in with this. We could do 3 seasons, right? 3 seasons or 4 seasons. If we do 4 seasons, right, that means that each season has 90 days, right? So this is why you have your solstices and your equinoxes making up your cardinal directions at 90-degree angles to one another, right? So you can do 4 seasons, each month 30 days, still 12 months. So if you do 4 seasons, that's 30. If you do 3 seasons, that's 90. It doesn't matter. That 360 is still going to give you 5 extra days. So just put that aside. Don't worry about that. The math works backwards and forwards. Now, 3 times 4 times 5 is going to give you that 60. We talked about that being the motor. The motor has 12 units for protons. So the FO, right? The F0, the 60 has 12 units for protons to go in it. That produces your ATP, right? That produces your ATP, right? Now the 12 seasons, the 12 months, the 3 seasons, right? Shumu, which is the harvesting season, right? That's when we're going to get our fruit. So ATP is basically the fruit, right? The fruit of the 12 inside the electron transport chain is the same. We're going to liken that because guess what? We break down the fruit from the 12 to get over here. So this one system of 12 and the fruit from it produces another cycle where we translate the fruit from this, break this down, then that comes over here. We run that through the same math again. So we have 2 systems of the same math, macro and micro, to give us fruit that we're going to break down into glucose, which is what? 6 carbon, 12 units. Right? Same numbers again. Right? Now, what's the energy released? The amount of energy released is 12 kBT. This is how much energy is released from an ATP unit. So each ATP unit is going to give us 12 kBT in energy. This is how you measure the energy released from the ATP. The exothermic reaction, this is the measurement of that. So not only do you have 6 carbon 12s that make a glucose unit that comes from the 12 months of waiting for the harvest season to give us fruits and vegetables, broke down into the glucose inside the motor. So you have 12, 12, 12, 12. Right? Okay. Now, how you break down that math? Where that math come from? Well, you have 7.3 cows per mole, right? Divided by 0.60. That's the math formula. So now you have the 60 again, the 12 again, and then you have this number right here, which seems like it's coming out of nowhere, but then you got to say to yourself, wait a minute, 7.3 cows per mole. I've seen this number somewhere. I know where I've seen this number at. This is the speed of light around the earth. Light travels around the earth 7 times a second. But that's not where I saw that 7.3. I saw that 7.3 because my pH has to be what? Your pH has to be what? What's the pH? 7.365. So even the pH corresponds with all of the other math. So this is why they're observing the stars, because the stars is putting the information into the food, and the information from the food is laying out the blueprint for the body. Then it's also laying out the energy to animate the body, and it's giving you the information that's needed to repair the body if the body breaks down. Hope you see that this information, this is how the natures create motifs and use them over and over and over. You've never seen this before, ever, nowhere else. So this is why you're supposed to hit the Cash App. It's right there. Hit the Cash App. Right? And I know you're gonna keep going. Y'all need a break. Y'all need a break. Here's a break.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Ra come up, drinking Mortis till Ra go down. It's a cold winter. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.com website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wildin', cause when the scribes stop clerking, the frauds start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the nest, I know you feel me, keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness, math is the cure to illiterate obnoxiousness. You can't box with this, I can't be stopped with this.
If you from the net, I know you feel me. Keep going. Right? Keep going. See, it's the pattern. The blueprints is over and over and over. So what's the harvest season is named? The harvest season is Shumu. The harvest season is Shumu. What is that? What we then broke down the whole day. The harvest season literally breaks down the science. Shumu. Light, water. This is the harvest season. Yeah. This is the sacred science of the Jews. Now listen, we're going to just wrap this up with a little trigonometry, and then we're going to close it off with that. Right? Okay. So now remember, in basic trigonometry, and that's all we need to understand this, you go from a triangle to what? A super hexagon. Right? You go to a super hexagon. Actually, it shouldn't be like this. It should be. I'm so terrible at drawing. You know what? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, that boy skilled that thing out. So look, if you put an oxygen right here and then you put a hydrogen right here, or two hydrogens right there, this is your water molecule. If you go from H2O, which is this, to H2O3, that's this. This is the structure your water takes in the gel form in your cell, right? H2O3. Now, here's the thing. The angle here is like wildly obtuse, right? It's 104.5. 104.5 WBL. No, it's 104.5. So it's no slickness to it, right? There's no number 9 or number 12. There's no slickness to it. But the thing is, when it conforms to the super hexagon, right? When you go to the super hexagon, when you get to the structured water that life comes out of, oh, that's when it gets different. Because you have two different angles in there. You have a 120 degree and you have a 60 degree. You have a 120 degree and you have a 60 degree. And that's when you have six triangles that fit perfectly inside the circle. These would be your 60 degree angles here on the inside, and these would be your 120 degree angles on the outside of that hexagon. Now, take that a step further and you divide these in two. Guess what? You cut these numbers down, and this now becomes a 60, and this becomes a 30. And now you have 12 sections, 30 degrees each, which is your 360 days in a year. And that 360 days is what you see here reflected in the geometry of the water in your cells, where we started earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and bow. This is GOAT level. We just going to go ahead. Listen, y'all just better hope we gracefully bow. That's just for the haters, the haters. Y'all just better hope I gracefully bow out. There's nothing y'all could do with me. Yeah, they ain't never seen nothing like this. They ain't never seen nothing like this. They don't know. They ain't never seen nothing like this. They don't understand. They don't understand. They don't understand.
Yo, I'm out here book writing with my kids, man. For real. We still writing till Ra come up, drinking mortis till Ra go down. It's a co-winner. Y'all netches better bundle up. Hit AmericanHealer.website to eat that jungle stuff. Order now, listen up. Don't you know school whole purpose is to dumb us down and then hide the key? So without this book script, my kids ain't got no way to think, huh? I still try to keep y'all from wowing, cause when the scribes stop clerking, the fraud start lurking, Egyptologists are smirking. If you from the nest, I know you feel me. Keep working. Out the Bronx with this house of consciousness. Math is the cure to illiterate